Hello, everybody. We are back. It is Monday. I'm sorry. I don't have any control over what day it is. It's Monday. Delku, thank you for 42 months. Hello, Star Chaser, Mango, Mouse, J-Dog, Dance Lover, Manadelier, Liuka, El Jefe, Baba, Messaduval, Shodan, Iliandras. Hello. Code's now live. Yeah. Oh, and taxes have been paid. Hey, elitist madman. Today, as that states, look, we finished the trial's finished. We need to join a new one. I should set that up. Hey, Mordred. Hey, Jamal. Welcome. What am I on? Hold on. We're looking for a redhead. I mean, yeah, honestly. I mean, I'll take brunettes or blondes or Raven, but redheads, sure. But no, in trials, we're looking for a redhead to see if somebody's got that up. Hey, Strive Hamill. Hey, Pro Gamer. No one does. So no one's started a torment campaign. So I'm gonna start one of those. I've gotten all the rewards for the forest. So let's. You know what? We're gonna bite the bullet down here. We're gonna go for Jamila's skin. Little love for Jam Jam. Little love for Jam Jam. We'll see when that starts up for us. That means we do have 15,000 scales that instead of starting gem farming, we could do a deep push. In fact, I think we're going to hop into Mad Wizard real quick. One, to get the music started, which we all appreciate. And two, to take a look at where I'm at 16,400 scales. Yeah, let's take a look at where we might want to do a forge run. Presmorto hit the first milestone, unlocked dress. Now I'm working towards a Azaka. Yeah, that's the old. I mean, it's not that old. New player reference. You can stick with that. Honestly, it's still going to give you a path forward. I'm going to be reworking that guide. It's going to take a lot of work. Going to take a lot of work because the early game in Isle Champions has basically exploded into an unrecognizable collection of systems. And we're going to try to put some organization on it. Hey, Mucho Bucho. Hey, Monkey House. Hey, Awful. Got to the Crux unlock quest on a timer. Yeah, it's rough. It's rough. Small screen. Oh, we're on the small screen. Oh, that's because we were playing a game last week on Friday, TGIF, thank God it's Friday, called Rogue Waters. And it's a pirate roguelite strategy game. And I enjoyed it. It was difficult, but over the weekend, I posted in my Discord that I actually beat it like a run like twice now. I'm on a roll. I'm really enjoying it. It's called Rogue Waters. So we were playing that on Friday. You can catch the VODs for that, Rogue Waters Day 1. I think it's on YouTube already as well. Yeah. Give me 1 second. Come on, Dan. Hello, Veroslav. Patron mode run chest. Can we get lucky? Oh, crap. It's Monday. It's Monday. We also need to look for... We need to do some patron stuff. Oh, no. Because I don't have currency. Monkey House says, going on vacation later this week. Going to set up an offline farm and see how much it makes when I get... I mean, it's not going to make a whole lot offline. Just letting you know. But I hope you enjoy your vacation. Old School D&D, hello, welcome. D-Gooby Dan, hello. Al says, yeah, I tried to follow the guy, but then I found your new account. Yeah, kind of just as that. The guy's still helpful. Yeah, I mean, it's better than the nothing that the game gives you. But this playthrough that we're doing here, that we're now on day 38, is it 8? 8 of. is mostly all uploaded on my YouTube channel already. How's the gem farm doing? I mean, it's not bad. This is it. This is the gem farm for Mad Wizard. It goes pretty quick. We're kind of at the point where we've done like all the low-hanging fruit stuff for gems that aren't variants, because screw variants. What's the word? They had a patch go through. Added functionality for upcoming content. That to me seems like a trials thing, but who knows? I could be wrong. It seems a little early for trials, but who knows? Fix freezing issue having when using fallback champions. Oh, I wonder if it's the one that we ran into on switching parties. Issues that cause a soft lock when an enemy spawned too quickly. Fix an issue causing auto progress turn when offline or backbar parties reset. Interesting. Yeah. Could be mastery challenge as well. Absolutely. Why is everything moving very fast? A combination of speed champions and speed potions. I just have a speed potion running at the moment, so we also have speed champions, and I have a fast core with a speed effect going. Ooh, we hit level 8 on our fast core. Nice. Nice. Yeah, I don't have a speed or how go fast command here. Okay, let's see. Oh, 21,000 gems. Were we saving up for something specific? I don't remember. Go look at patron stuff. And Catastrophicity. An aimless fellow. Welcome to the Grudge Keepers. Thank you for the follows. Okay, do I have any currency? I have enough here for my Modron component chest. I'll prioritize that. This one I'm just going to grab the time gate piece on. This can get both. This can't get either. Okay, we're that low. We're that low. Waishi Akira just streaking across the quad. 65 steps. Nice. See if we get any good directed tees. That's not bad. That's not bad. Take that. Oh, also, that's this same thing, but the different... from a different angle. Nighthawk, thank you for 19 months with Prime. Much appreciated. Okay, what else we got? That's... I mean, we might have use for that. Hey, Lurking Rider. Again, that's the same kind of thing. We're good with those. It's interesting that they gave us doubles. We're getting a lot of doubles of things lately when it comes out in the Modron chests. It isn't the worst, but, you know. Okay, what was I going to look at? We were going to look at the Forge. Just a lot to do on this account. So if we're looking at... You know, we're trying to get everybody up to 5s. So let's see what we got available here. Russ needs some love. Hanson, Cosrin, Lark. Okay. Okay, so let's see where would this... Oh, hold on. Let's go look. Do we have someone that's at like a place that's like real low? No. Not out of the ones that can do this. I mean, Celestians maybe is the lowest. Let's go look at Celestians. Oh, I mean, that's a good place to go. So we would try to do Celestians favor push. Okay. Undirected cross component, 20% finally something decent. I mean, it's undirected cross is better than no cross, right? And an undirected is better than a 1 in, 3 out directed. Okay, so I think we're gonna do a run for Celestian's favor, and then turn it into a Forge run at the end. Which, if you've never seen a Forge run, I guess you're about to. But It's specifically like a deep favor run where you stop at the end and level up legendary. So let's get out of here. Monthly dues paid, folks. Sean's list of retirement sale items changed in the Q&A. Uh-oh. Aimless Fellow, thank you for the Prime sub. Much appreciated. Mucho asks, is it better to level up legendary effects or reforge for a better effect first? Level them up. Reforging is expensive. Reforging is $1,000, 1,000 scales. And you're not even guaranteed to get something that you want, right? And you can only really reforge once a week. For reasons we'll talk about once I get in here. All right, we're going to go to the evacuation of Waterdeep because there's no armored stuff here.
You choose me?
Hey, it's a hype train, folks. Yeah, let's get okay. Oh, yeah.
Now I'm feeling so fly, like a lizard, like a lizard, like a lizard. Now I'm feeling so fly, like a lizard, like a lizard, like a lizard. Now I'm feeling so fly, like a lizard.
Thank you for the lizard by Shakira. So it's 1,000. Okay, hold on. Let me get this. I can't. My brain isn't gonna want to do all these at once on a Monday. I mean any day. Let's be honest. It's 1,000 to reforge. Like if I didn't like this, no, that's not a good example. I actually like that. No, I like that one too. God dang it. Nope, I'm gonna like that. I don't know. We'll say if I didn't want this chaotic one. Yeah. Let's say for some reason I didn't want this chaotic. I could reforge, but a reforge it costs 1,000. Currently it costs 1458. That's because I reforged a few days ago. It doubled the cost. It took it to 2,000 and we have waited. We got the same one twice? Delkin looking right. Thank you for the lizards. So it doubles, and then you have to wait a week for it to go back to 1,000, and you don't want to spend more than 1,000. And there's no guarantee it's going to end up on something you want. It's a really bad system. And you know, hopefully it goes away with the rework. I don't know. We don't know what the rework is going to look. But hopefully we don't have bad things like that in the rework. So I would just get the level them up, because the thing is when you level up a legendary. I think the answer to that question is Delcoon. Delcoon let them out. I think it just triggers one song per bit spend, Delcoon. I don't have like a 200. I should probably make different values and different stuff. So anyway, when you level up a legendary and then reforge, it stays the same level. So go ahead and you want to level them all up together. So just do that. It's just the most efficient way to spend your scales early on. Worry about trying to get the perfect legendaries later, like legendary effects later. VOD muted, yeah, most likely, but I don't care. Did I do my trials run today? We literally just did this. Oh, hey, we've already got 2 people in there. And then.
Did you say hello? No, I said hello, but that's close enough.
Delku with a gift sub, Dance Lover. You've been subbed, courtesy of Delcoon. Yeah. The other kind I haven't turned on yet today. Yorick the Young asks about Kazran's mage armor. How does it work? Read it, but it seems like it should affect others. But how would it? She has another ability that when you get enough books in a single run,
Hello.
spreads mage armor to everybody.
Did you say hello? No, I said hello, but that's close enough.
More gift subs. Michael 83, Metallojone, Pemagal, Never Cross the Line, Steph Cappy. You've been subbed, courtesy of the Lurking Rider. Lurking Rider, thank you for the 5 gift subs. Thank you for the guy 5 gift subs. So yeah, it has a function. It's a function. The mage armor spread is a function of her collecting books on her. It's Lizard Day, really? It's look, every day is Lizard Day if people spend bits. Lord Torek asks, why you know Shandy? Because my speed is already capped at 11x. Overcapped a little because of the legendary. So Shandy wouldn't actually be doing anything. Once you get a legendary potion going and then you combine it with, I don't know, any of these, like you get the cap and Shandy isn't necessary anymore. So this is more of a combination of some speed with some breaker action, with some pushing power. We got a couple scavengers. Like we're just trying to get a lot of things at once as we're pushing along here. Hey, Amiibo. Yay for tiny fonts? Yeah. Yeah, if you play, especially if you play the game above like 1080p, it's basically hard to read. Or if you're playing on like mobile devices, yeah. They didn't make the game in a way that they could scale the font size. They've talked about this before. Because they didn't really, well, I mean, they should have expected people would play on 4K monitors, but and it's just bad there, is what I've heard. But they weren't planning on like phone screens ever. Mordred says I'm on episode 3 of the new account series, and I'm new also. So I came to this live to see where you are now, and so much more confusing. Oh yeah, look, we have absolutely blown through the game. Like we rocketed through. This is the fastest we've ever played through a new account. It was super confusing for me. Like as you're watching that series, you'll see me going, I don't know what I'm supposed to do. What is going on? Because like even though I've been playing the game for 8 years, and I've done new accounts like at least once a year, this time through I wasn't really sure what I was supposed to do, but we've ended up flying through this, even being unsure of what the right thing was to do. We've flown through in terms of progress. It's ridiculous now. Shim plays on tablets. Is it the same content across platforms? Yes. It's just there's things that don't work. Like on tablets, you're going to play sometimes, like you're probably going to get a lot of offline play because you're going to set things up and then probably close the game instead of having the game running on your tablet the whole time. And things don't always process the same way. So it's going to be a slightly different experience, but it is the same content. Yeah. So what we're doing here is we're going to go as far as we possibly can. This formation layout is rough with 5 in the front, 5 in the back, and an NPC blocking everything in the middle. That's rough for me here. Currently, but we're going to try to get as much favor as we can. We had E36, 5 E36 before, so we're going to try to get that much or higher. which means that right now we're with a pushing group. We've got we're in a speed group. We'll switch to a pushing group at some point, and this is not. That's the old Carlock group, so we're gonna have to build out a fallbacks group and see how it works. And then we'll do some gold farming, which we're probably gonna have to update that group too, because it's been a while since we've been here. I need to grab all the codes in the Discord. One. Ooh, hop chest. Hop chest. Oh. Choo choo. I got a new emote. Decent number of electrums over the weekend. I feel like there's almost more electrums over the weekends now than there are during the week, which is weird. Okay, there we go. All right. Oh, all players are ready. Oh my god, it started already. Cool. I'll get to that when I can. We got a lot to do today. I thought we were going to be gem farming, but I forgot. We're gonna do forge run, maybe 2 forge runs. We might break them up into different groups. We're gonna need to do some patron stuff to get me some currency. We're gonna have to do day 1 of trials. Yeah. It's a busy Monday. Drixis is unhelpful for Cosmer and Uggy. I didn't want to hear that. I didn't want to hear that. Take the familiars off now because they're all at cap. Pre-level that. I think it's going to be here. Definitely that. And we're gonna be trying out Lark. So basically, I'm gonna want to try to build the strongest pushing group I can once we get to it. But I don't need them until I'm done racing along with the speed group. York asks, I have 50 platinum chests, but wanted to wait till I got Windfall. Good idea or bad idea? I don't know. Are you unlocking Windfall, like, in the next couple days? Like, yeah. I mean, unless you're, like, about to unlock Windfall, I don't know that it matters. The thing about core and evergreen champions, like, or evergreen specifically in this case, is they're gonna get gear. Like, you're gonna be opening so many regular silver and gold chests that they're gonna get plenty of gear and item levels as you play. So, like, holding on to stuff for them, like, it only matters if you know you're gonna do it in the next few days. So. Says, I got an Artemis from a flex slot in the current event. There's an achievement for killing 10,000 using his ultimate, but I don't think it's updating properly offline. Yeah, I doubt it. Yeah. It's probably not. It's, yeah. That's the way things go offline. It's hit or miss on how well the things update. Yeah, because originally this game didn't have any offline progress. It just wasn't made for that. When you turned the game off originally, it was originally just on Steam, and when you turned the game off, nothing happened. You came back, you were in the exact same spot you were before. They tried to build in an offline progress as well as the background stuff when it's active, and it's, you know, it's better than nothing, but it's not as good as if you're actively playing. When I talked to you yesterday on stream, you mean Saturday. You suggested buying the fallbacks Eliwick and Diana with the 6 champion starter pack. Yes. I did so and read all the abilities, but kind of lost on the formation stuff where to place. Okay, we're going to get to We'll get to the fallbacks here in a second. Eliwick and Diana are in right now. I can cover them. So Eliwick, you work overnights. Okay. Eliwick is her thing is based on the deck of many things. She basically she can pull these gem cards. It's the green ones, which I'll show you out here. She got 3 green cards. Those are gems. So basically that means as we're progressing and we defeat bosses, we're getting more gems out of the boss bags. And gems are power. Like you come over here, you spend your gems. Early on silver chests, later on gold chests. You can pick up familiars eventually, etc., etc. Open the chests, you get power. Like so more gems early is huge, and well, you're gonna get more gems with her all the time. She buffs the column behind her when you're using her as a buffer, but really we're just have her in for the most part just to get the gems. Diana, we get 2 things that we like. Oh, hold on. Didn't have her feet in. There we go. There's 2 things that we like. One is her will be right back ability. This is a speed effect. So this is going to help speed up how long, the completion time of adventures. But she also has one called Electrum Chest Scavenger. So she's going to scavenge the chests that you get from like codes like the one off the stream. And that's going to help you gear up event champions as you unlock them in a variety of ways. So those are big, and you can just put her. It isn't these 2 champions. It's not super important. You're not trying to build a pushing team out of them per se. Yeah, but the fallbacks placement's going to matter, and we'll go over that here in a second. Once I get to the point where we need to push. Windfall is freaking tough to unlock. Yeah, it's the hardest unlock in the game, and it's not a challenging unlock. It's a frustrating one, which, yeah, unfortunate. Killer, Celestian Tier 5 Final Blessing. What counts as a collection guide quest? That's all of these back. Like if you click here, everything under this. Anything that could be back here. So it's literally, you press C to access the collections, and it's literally all of these types of achievements or these types of quests that reward these things. Okay, we're gonna need a pushing team now. Eliwick's fire card is bad, right? Yeah, I mean, it's not the worst. If you get a lot of them, sure. Ooh, it is Eliwick week. Oh, wow. Eliwick, Diana, and Carlock in my weekly party. They know what I like. If I'd see in your controller, I don't know then. Yeah, if you're playing on a console, I can't help you, unfortunately. Okay, let's get our fallbacks in. I feel like, ideally we're gonna be back like somewhere over here. There's Taz. No, she'd have to be here. Which is bad. That maybe? One, two, three, four, five. Yeah, how this looks already. The fact that someone disappeared on our screen is frustrating to me. I'm gonna want that. I already know what I want. It's not yet. Okay. So we have 5 of the 10 champions out. Now I'm gonna do King of Shadows. I want Briv back in. Ooh, at least temporarily, not forever. Probably Carlock, like there. Do Lae'zel here. And Rust up here. Okay, let's see how this works out. 7 6s. 6. All right, so with ants and spec choice, I'm basically picking the one that's going to give me the highest total buff. Just based off multiplicative stacks, you got to do some math there. She's support. The thing with Kazran DPS, which is basically fallbacks, are you're building around Kazran. Kazran's this person back up here on the top left. You want her adjacent to as few champions as possible. I've tried to do that. The best I can do here. And then you want to give Uggy to her. Uggy is the fallbacks affiliation boost. And this is Uggy down here. The Uggy, the Odiug. So we're gonna move. I'm gonna click this little ultimate, which becomes Call Uggy. If you don't have Uggy, their ultimate is Call Uggy. Uggy's gonna move back there. That's where we want Uggy. We're going, the biggest number here. If I remember correctly. Baldric, you pick a combination of specs. It's kind of up to whatever you're looking for. I tend to choose the 2 right-hand specs, just the first options. Go get 10 stacks here. And you go Signature Smell. Signature Smell is the fallbacks DPS choice for Kazran. Okay, so let me get everybody else. All the supporting cast is whoever you have that can support them as well. But the core is taking those 5 and then surrounding them with people that are gonna help buff Kazran. Kazran's who you're trying to point your buffs at. Ooh, this is not great. But it's still gonna be that one. Only 1 stat. Okay. So now Kazran should oh. Kazran, ideally you're trying to build this buggy buff up as much as possible. And E54 is pretty good. I'm not gonna lie. I think this is gonna work for us. Yeah, we're at 315s. This is gonna be a good run. This is gonna be a good run. We're gonna save. This is our new pushing group. And let's go. Oh, there's one more group I needed to make. I'm sorry. Let's do that while we're in the group making mood. I need to build my gold find party. This is a whole other beast. Valentine. No. Yeah. You can go back in. Yeah, I mean, it's going to be better than nothing. Okay. Let me get this done, too, because I'm going to need this for what we're doing. Trying to point as many things at Valentine as possible. All right, I think that works. All right, 7 stacks on Valentine's, not bad. Where do I not have someone in? 6, 8, and 9. 689. That's not how that worked. I want somebody that's gonna. Let's see. There we go. Tax speed one I just can't do up here. Okay. There's my dirty farming team. Okay. Nope, we still got the freeze when I go to switch parties. God dang it. All right. Okay, let me catch up. So yeah, so we built a party out. We basically tried to maximize our bud down here. This is base ultimate damage. This is the only number that matters. This stuff up here is all a lie. Don't look at it. Don't trust it. Just use this. Just use this down here. Can you play on controller and PC? You can, yes. I don't want to. Called console UI on PC. Basically, as long as you plug a controller in, then you can turn on console UI and. Yeah. Bunsy Mash, thank you for the video on cores. Game's open up now. You're welcome. Awesome. Hey, high explosives. Bexel says, can't wait for the Tails drop and Raven Guard for my B push team. Yeah. Gonna be neat. He pairs well. I mean, obviously he pairs well with Strongheart, but then you get the Unholy Trinity with him, Strongheart, and Cass. I'm not putting an Archon for gold. Fine. We did that when we started. Triathlon will ask, for comparison purposes, would possibly build a Karlach focused pushing team and compare the Bud against your fallback team. I can. The fallbacks are, I mean, this, I'm just going to tell you, this smashes. This is absolutely fantastic. We're not getting this out of my Karlach team. Yeah. When you log off for the night, what do you tend to farm overnight? I don't on this account. Yeah, this account is dedicated to just playing and getting progress while we're online. I haven't even been using that. I used to leave the background parties doing patron stuff, but I've been using all the familiars now that we have enough to automate a full party, so I haven't even done that. But you know, in normal play, you can just have it. You can start an adventure and see where it gets to. Yeah. Which numbers are lies? These, all of these, base DPS and running average. So the average DPS, these are lies. And if you pop this little window out and you hover over it, it actually explains these texts. The text there is explaining, hi, we're lying to you. This stream shared with another platform? No. I am replying to questions that are in this chat. It's just they're higher up in the chat. I haven't worked my way down to the active ones yet. I don't just hit whatever is at the bottom. I will go up and I'll get all the questions in order. Yeah, the only number that matters up here is your gold find percentage. Up here at the top left, that's all that matters. And for pushing, you just need to look at Bud and whatever area you're able to get to. Like those combination of numbers, that's all that matters. Sometimes you can have a super high Bud, but real low survivability, and so your area progression number is lower than it could be if you just made it yourself a little more survivable, lowered your Bud a little bit, then you could push further. It's a weird. Some people don't like that, but it is the way it is. Doesn't always work, but sometimes it does. Kind of tempted to save up gems. Don't don't know what we'd be saving them for. We don't have any more speed feats. Oh, we need a speed feat on Thalora. I don't know if we need it right away, but I may just hold on to those gems for now. Are familiars helpful? They're automation. It's not necessarily about click damage. It's about automation, like clicking on the field. You'll notice I'm not leveling up click damage because I'm using a fire breath potion, which creates click damage based off my bud, my base that the party is creating. So I'm using the party power to click kill things via this potion. So familiars are going to be automation. They're going to do stuff like they're going to click kill for me. These three are. I actually add some more. I could have used them to level up champions. They could fire off ultimates if I wanted. I don't need that stuff right now, but maybe eventually. So they're going to function throughout the game for you in the same way. They're always going to be functional. Nomura says, just noticed on a time run, Temporal Rift in the Goblin Hall shows a timer at the top of the adventure window. Yeah, some of them do. Some of them do. Well, Cosrin feats and Uggy feats are for pushing. I'm not buying pushing feats yet. So. What are we up to? E34. Remember, we came in at 5E36, so we're trying to get higher than 5E36. Looks like we're going to do it. Looks like we're going to do it. Oh, I need to go look at our core. So I believe we determined 8 was not a good upgrade for us. Yes. Because that unlocks this area of the layout, and that's too early for us to split and then still get split again. I don't think so. Hold on, we'll look. Wait, that's not the right button. Filters, layouts. Yeah, see, it triggers a real bad scenario there. We don't want that. So we're going to go back to that. So we're going to have to wait. Level 9 also is going to open up things over here on this side of the map. That's not super helpful. Where's our next helpful one? 10. A 10 will get us this speed effect, which also isn't super helpful since we're currently capping out our speed. But putting stuff up here makes more sense. We could either build off this and come up to this one. We could split off to get this one. 10 will be nice. 11 will be nice. 12 looks to be okay. There's some 12 over here we won't be able to really use. It's a little silly. So yeah, we're getting into the part where we're unlocking lots of areas in the Modron core. We aren't necessarily able to access it all yet. Yeah, Crux's timer is Crux is sitting here in the middle where this little dude is, and the timer is on his feet. What is the major thing contributing to your E303 bud? Is it champion's positioning or items upgrades? Yeah. The major thing is it's a fallbacks affiliation group. What do I mean by that? I mean, there's 5 members of the fallbacks, and the way they work is they have an affiliation bonus that's built around Uggy. Uggy is the little Odiug dude back here with Kazrin. And the more fallbacks you get in your formation with Uggy on Kazrin and Kazrin in her signature smell spec, the bigger this buff gets. It's real big. E54 is a lot, so that's the big contributing factor. It's the single biggest contributing factor to my bud right now. Everything else is a combination of the champions, their placement, and their gear and item levels, and any legendary effects in my Modron core and blessings and patron perks. Like, it's everything out, everything combines. Like, this game is about all the things, not just any one thing. At a certain point, you know, your biggest boost is going to become your legendary effects, but we're not there yet. Ale hydrate. Yeah, I mean, it's a combination of lots of things. I mean, everything in the game that you're doing, you know, collecting champions, collecting their gear, getting item levels on their gear, like upping the gear rarity, getting item levels on the gear, gilding their items, getting legendary effects, getting blessings, like global blessings, getting global patron perks, getting your Modron cores leveled up, and boosting their flow, the pigments. Missing something? Favor to a certain extent. Like, all of these things contribute overall to what kind of damage you can put out, right? The nice thing about this game, even though that sounds like there's a lot of stuff going on, the nice thing is numbers just go up. You get things and they're just there. The only thing that's finicky is legendary effects. But you don't have to worry about, am I equipping the right gear on my champions? No, they have a set amounts. They've set gear, set scaling, like, it is what it is, you know. So just adding more levels makes them better, which is real straightforward and nice. The legendary effects get finicky, but that's really kind of the only finicky thing. As you improve other stuff, like, you can get it to the best, like you can get all of the blessings and you're good. Then you can forget about it. You can get to all the patron perks and then you forget about it. You don't have to worry about fiddling with them. You can level up your Modron core and pipe it out perfectly, and then it's done forever. Right? Like, so you can complete progression. It takes a long time, but you can complete these kinds of progression. And then you just have to worry about a couple things, like how you're placing champions, what you're doing with your new ones, leveling up your new ones, like gearing them up and stuff. Right? So it's not like some games where it's like a constant thing and they're constantly making you chase new stuff and find the right kinds of gear and all, you know, which we have played on this channel before. Yeah. My almost no gear Kazran setup buff is E44. Nice. On a 3-day-old account. Yeah, that's why I recommended them. That's why I said, you're like, they asked, for those of you who weren't there, Margaret asked, like, if I were going to spend $50 on the game, what should I get? And I was immediately, oh, let's go. What's this? What's this? Oh, yeah. This. 6 champions. Well, what 6 champions would you get? Well, obviously Aliwick and Diana, because we know how strong those are to help you progress overall in terms of speed and gems, right? And the Electrum chests. But then what are the other 4? I was thinking, what about the other 4? And it's like, right now, because you get Anson in the event, the other 4 fallbacks are perfect. Then you get a really strong pushing team that's going to scale with you as you gear up. And you get a bunch of other stuff that you can apply to stuff. So that's just going to work out real well, I think. The problem is going to be when we're out of the event, then you can only get like 4 members of the fallbacks, and then you'll have to like time gate one, but not the worst scenario. Not the worst scenario. I don't know that it's broken. I mean, if you call that utterly broken, then it's like, I don't know. Then Will is even worse. Like, I don't know. To me, Will is utterly broken, and Artemis is utterly broken. But no one does anything about that. So it is what it is. Enjoy it. The critic just found the game recently. It's been off work. Getting bored and looked for an idle game. It's sort of an idle game. Definitely should be better in game tutorial, highlighting stuff that you need to do early to progress your account. I agree. I 100% agree, the critic. That's why I make guides for that. There's a list of all of my guides, and then this is specifically the current new player one, but it needs reworked. T5 Cats ask, Farida generates fiends? Think so now? I think she even turns bosses into fiends in a certain spec, right? Zigubi Dad says you need to play for 132 years in order to collect enough Modron chests to finally get a decent amount of those damn 3 in 1 out pieces. That's a little exaggerated, but I get what you. I believe me, I know. Mouse just finished their first tier 3 event on Anson. Nice, congratulations. Do not send people. This button is what the devs thought, hey, this will help players figure out what to do, and it's garbage. Stay away. Stay away. Hold on, let me I'm pulling up Frida because we have conflicting commentary, and I thought she turned things into fiends. Hold on. Hold on. Packed with Lorcan, Frida gains the Hunter role. Fiends become her favorite foe, and the effect of Hellish Rebuke is increased by 200% on all fiends. By sheer dumb luck, each wave of enemies in a non-boss area has a 33% chance to spawn 1 to 2 fiends, and all bosses now count as demonic fiends for the purpose of all abilities that care about such things. So Farida creates fiends. Yes. Farida creates fiends. Okay, we stopped at 1021. Why? Why did we stop? Sheer dumb luck. Okay. Yeah, the critic. So we get an in-game pop-up on Mondays and Wednesdays, but I am over here streaming pretty much every day, or Monday through Fridays. Next new player account, just do active tasks? No. Absolutely not. Is there a way to pause the game? No, there is not. If you need to do something, like you can click here and hold down on the left arrow, and it will take you all the way back to area 1, where you can kill with a familiar and then adjust your party and stuff, and then just turn auto progress back on, and you'll go back to what you're doing. That's the best you got. Oh yeah, see if you can get Carlock and Hank still. I forgot about that. Only until the 9th? Okay. Some of those were lasted into January. I just couldn't remember how long. We're doing pretty good. I forgot that I needed to have been firing the cannonball repeatedly, but that's okay. What's our favorite? E41. Look, we got into the E40s. I'm super happy. We're gonna get higher. We're gonna get higher. In fact, at the moment, boom. Dirty Farm is in. No, it's not. Why didn't it switch? Dirty Farm is in. Give me some gold. We did not get much gold. But we were at E41. Now we're at E46. Almost to E47, so. Yay. There's, oh no, it's too slow. Gaining too slow. All right. Let's turn off auto progress. Take the familiars off the field. Hit Carlock's ultimate so she can build her rage. We're going to stack up a lot of stacks of things right now. Not just her rage, which is already maxed. We're going to look to stack up Anson. 75 stacks. We need to hit his ultimate. And take it up even higher. Okay. grab some gold fine potions real quick. Stop. E48. There we go. Okay. So, this is kind of just what I was trying to do. Is just trying to get as far as possible. This is, I mean, we could probably go a little further, but our gold is super maximized. Remember, we came in at 5E36 and we're going to leave 1E48. Forgot to run freely the whole time. Dang. Okay. So before I leave though, I'm going to come over here to the forge. And I'm going to upgrade these items. Now, why am I doing this before I leave? Because every time I upgrade one of these, we're going to do Catherine's first. It's Augie. It's Augie. It costs an order of magnitude in my favor. So E01. It's going to remove E01 from my favor. So I'm doing this at the end because I've earned E48. No matter what, no matter how much of my favor I spend by the legendary system, when I leave this, I'm going to have E48. So it's like not having spent anything at all. Why we call this a forge run. So I'm going to upgrade. You know what? We're just gonna take hers to 5. Let's look at. Okay. Now it does require a minimum of favor. Now we can't get to 6. Pretty soon we're not gonna be able to get to 5 either. We're going to take some of these champions that we know are going to be in our group for sure. Nope. Now we're stuck at 4. Okay. Because we don't have the minimum needed anymore. And now that one's stuck at 3. Okay. But that's fine. 3, 4, and 3 5s. A 3, a 4, and 3 5s. That's great. Well, that's great. How many scales do we have left? 4771. You know what? That's going to be our only... Because we got to go all the way up to 5s, that'll be our only forge run. Next week we'll have, oh Jesus, 25,800 scales are on tap for finishing this one. That's a double forge run for sure. I can use some scrolls. Last week, everybody, dang it, they maxed those out too. Dang it, they maxed those out too. Trying to spend my scrolls. All right, get out of here. Okay, I need to do this. So it's day 1 of Torment. Is Charisma 11 or higher? I don't think I have a Charisma. No, we never made a Charisma. Okay. So, first things first, on the realist, we might want to run a Belushi. We might. Nah, we're gonna be good. Okay. Take these off. We're gonna put these out here. Are we gonna be good? Hold on. We're gonna have 3 empty spaces. No, we're not. There's 1, 2, 3. Okay. Good. All right. Let's do an hour on all those. We're gonna try to get this done. No, this one. Okay. Let me get back to chat. Dolphin, what other champions work well with a Black Dice Society formation? Ooh. I haven't run that formation, really. I'm not sure that off the top of my head I would know. You know, it's a Nahara, that's a Nahara DPS formation. So you're doing whatever you can. I mean, you got it. You're going to have to get some big buffers in there because she does not... She's okay in a full Black Dice Society formation, but she is a little weak in general. You just got to find the biggest buffers that come in and will buff Nahara. Specifically. A lot of leechers there. There's no leechers here. We literally just started. I could have spent the strolls. Yes, I know. I forgot. When I first started. It's fine. So the first 50k gems, which I got from the pack, do I buy gold chests or familiars? I would get familiars. Because you have a lot of gems, Mordred, I would just go ahead and get familiars. You're gonna have plenty of power to the start, and then from that, and after that, then you'll be buying silver chests for a while. You buy silver chests and open them until you get green or better gear on all of the core or evergreen champions. Now that's a very specific stat. That's there's your core. These are the first 12 that you would normally start the game with. And then the evergreens are any others like that you will unlock, like Dritz and Hitch. You can get Hitch for free by signing up for the newsletter. Which is in the menu. Click newsletter, valid email address. So just until those are green or blue, you know, you're just shooting for like all green or better. You'll buy silver chests, and then you'll switch to gold, and you'll buy gold forever. Occasionally you'll buy more familiars, but you've got a decent amount to start. It should be fine. Maxie says it's rather obvious that a full Black Dice Society team is a lot weaker than a full fallbacks. Yeah, they've gotten so it's only been fairly recently that affiliations were balanced in a way where having them all together actually created a really strong synergy. I would say we saw that really kind of crystallize with the absolute adversaries, and now we're seeing it in the fallbacks as well. Because early on in this game, the design idea, like the balance idea, was that they wanted them all usable outside of an affiliation, and they didn't want to force people to just use that affiliation. And that's because there weren't a lot of champions starting out, but that kind of plagued them for a long time. And now as we're seeing reworks, like the Brimstone Angels got reworked, and now they work better together, right? So yeah, I don't know. We're slowly seeing a shift, but it's really just on new affiliations for the most part. Programmer asks, will Kazuma be a good DPS for late to end game? I mean, yeah, seems like it, because she's every member of the fallbacks basically has what you want for late game and beyond progression, which is an ability that's multiplicatively stacking with item support. And when you buff the item, when you add more item levels to it, it affects the pre-stack modifiers. That's the strongest type of ability in the game. All of the fallbacks have that for the Uggy buff. They all have an Uggy item, and basically buffing that makes it a pre-stack for the affiliation, and thus for Kazran DPS. Plus, I believe all of them have their own unique pre-stack as well. So that's good scaling for a group. Is it question it right? You can put question at the front of your questions, or you can just make sure there's a question mark at the end. On the Cena Games channel, the question helps me determine if people are asking me a question or just asking chat. Although I tend to answer them anyway. Arose synergy with season 1. I don't think that. Yeah, I don't. They've taken stabs at making the synergies, like affiliation synergies, better, but it didn't really get to the, oh, if you're using them all, they're real strong, until it feels like absolute adversaries. How do I fast switch between my teams? You save them over here in the formation save manager. So like, oh, I need to do this right now. So let me demonstrate. This is going to be charisma or 11 or higher. So I'm going to hit the save button. I'm going to name it charisma 11. Start. I'm just going to take this over. Save. So now it's going to be my first save slot. That's the Q button on your keyboard. QWE is 1, 2, and 3. So you can save this. So I normally I will run on a regular campaign. I'll run my starting speed group, and then I'll put the pushing group in 2, and I'll put the goal find group in 3. And then I can just key smash through them as necessary. This is kind of a speed pushing combo at the moment. It's gonna change to I'll have to build a full pushing group out. Advice does not work well. Good lord. Yeah, Godolphin, they're just not a great. They're not a great group. Like the issue is they've got neat champions, but Nahara is really weak as a DPS. So even when you put them all together, it's a struggle bus. They're a solid. It's nice to have them as a solid group to bring in to use as a party bus for Strahd. Basically, Nahara can pull all of the Black Dice Society members into Strahd patron variants, all of them. She can go in all Strahd patron variants, and then she's a party crasher, and then she drives the party bus for the affiliation. That's how we describe it. But yeah, they're just not great at the moment. Nahara needs a rework. Programmer asked, do I understand correctly that for speed teams we need item levels, but we not care much about legendary effects? Correct. And even then, it's only certain champions that need item levels, right? Like, Diana needs some until you maximize. We'll be right back. Saved over here either. Until you maximize, we'll be right back at 400%, which I do through both the feats and then putting item levels in. Some speed champions, like BBG, don't have an item for their speed effect, but they do have like a feat, which we don't have in. Why do we not have it? Jeez, this is bad. Okay. So you make sure the feats, like Sentry has a feat and an item. So, you know, there's combinations of things you're going to need, but you just got to see which one needs what. And early on, you want to keep your, you know, item levels are limited. Your blacksmithing contracts basically are limited. So you focus them on the ones that have some kind of effect to boost. I boost Eliwick because of it boosts the gems. So that's what. Dang it! Cancel. But yeah, legendary effects you don't unless that champion is also in your deep pushing team somehow. They don't need legendaries. Zealand says, I don't quite understand the legendary forge. There's a box of possible modifiers. Yes. Is it something I should think about? Or just add a legendary? Just add a legendary. You don't get to choose. These are just possible bonuses. And it's a random effect. One of these 6. And it's the same for all of their items. It doesn't matter. So the item doesn't matter. You're just applying a legendary effect. Oh, I forgot to go recycle that. A legendary slot machine. It is. It is. Hey, Letty-Ath. Once ad break's in, I'll get back. Ad break is done. I'll get back to question. I just want to spend those gems. You know what? I'm gonna. Once we're back, I'm gonna notary those. Can't sit there with them. I have no patience. All right, we're back from the outbreak. So yeah, it's a legendary slot machine. Basically, you just forge the legendary and go with it. The legendaries can only go on epic items, and you know, whoever your main DPS is, as you get epics for them, you know, definitely make them legendary. And then any of your supports in your pushing team, tanks and supports in your deep pushing team, legendary, they're epics. You also want eventually you want a legendary out of secondary team, like for swaps and stuff, for restrictions and trials. Ultimately, you're building a really strong trials team that will then become a deep pushing team in other places. Yeah. Bubba asks, after soft cap, should I focus on click damage? No. You don't have to do anything. Once you soft cap your champions, where the champion gets a circle with a line through it, you don't have to spend favor at all, or gold at all. And that's all. That's kind of the thing. Is favor's only gonna help you so far, and then it's done. And then you got to focus on building up other forms of power progression. Got all your fourth feats, nice. Yeah, that's it. There are some champions eventually that you unlock. Maybe you have them now. Read your champion's abilities to find out. But some of them reward you for going over the cap. But yeah, that's a small number of champions. Over leveling. So over leveling your champion. Here's the thing. If let's say my DPS was Diana, and let's say she caps at 1650. If I take her up to 3300, which is double what this is, then I get 100% boost to her damage. But that's a lot. That takes a lot, right, to get there, and you're only getting 100% boost. That's like nothing. So it functionally isn't really much for over leveling a champion, as it should be. Like gold should only get you so far. Like there's other things you need to do. You know, you need to use to get you further. Missing Kazran and Baldric from the fallback. Should I get them now to reach a high butt, or are there better options? If you just need those two, then grab Kazran first. How, like from a time gate or whatever, because she's the DPS focus, and you'll then have 4 of them. It's going to be a pretty solid boost, and then pick up Baldric when you can. Then you'll have a good solid 5 champ basis for a pushing team. That's gonna help you for a long time. I will say we're for Dragonlance fans, if you're a fan of the Dragonlance kind of universe or world, Raceland Majere is coming to the game in a couple months, but and this year we're getting like 6 Dragonlance champions, I believe. So some people might go that route. Done. Some people might go that route. Okay, we have speed team has speeded. We now need to try to do a fallbacks team. Let's see how that works. Do we get access to everybody? I don't even know. Do we? Kind of. All right, we do. Awesome. Okay. So there's all of those. What else we got? We got King of Shadows over here. Sure. We got Rust. Maybe a Halson. Still got Carlock. Carlock is bagged. We could do a Valentine. Probably stay here. Valentine or Halson? Let's try Valentine. Let's see what Valentine's up to. Nothing at the moment, but that's because we don't have anybody leveled up. All right, let's see how this turns out. Would you ever leave a blank formation spot next to Kazran? No, I would never do that. Oh, well. Yeah, I'm just going to say I would never do that. And if you run into a situation where you would, then do it. I'm just going to go ahead and say I would never do it. If I have to do something, here's the thing. If I have to do something like that, there's probably a better champion to use as my DPS. Because losing a whole champion worth of power is rough. Very rough. But yeah, I would try to swap other champs in and see who's going to be best in that scenario. There is just some formation layouts that are bad for Kazran, unless you have to have a backup. My backup would be Karlach. But that's part of figuring out, like, you know, you do a deep push, you figure out how good is this? Is it good? Is it bad? What's going on? And then, you know, if it doesn't seem great, try another group out. Until you find the right group for that formation layout. And whatever restrictions, if it's a variant, whatever restrictions might be there. Oh, 6. We got 6 on Valentine's. Pretty good. I think we'll be fine here. Yeah, 17's fine. We're going to go with the 5 because it's a much bigger multiplier. Even though it's fewer stacks. Not that far off. All right, let's go look at Kazran's buff. It's going to be that big one again. Oh, almost. E48. That's fine. Okay, so this is... oh. Charisma 11. Pushing. Push. All right. Get wrecked, dragon. Get wrecked, dragon. Now, the interesting thing here is now that I have a pushing group and a speed group saved, and we're killing, I mean, the health of enemies is E186 and our butt is E300. I can just hotkey back to the speed group and let the fire breath potions kill things. Okay. You go back and catch up in chat. Yeah, 100% damage boost is just one more zone. If that. Yeah, that's the problem. Bubba says, but click damage says level 300 and level 400. Wouldn't it matter on areas 700? No. No. The way click damage scales is basically the whatever level your click damage is the damage needed to clear whatever the area. Like, so if I could get my click damage up to 500, I could clear area 500 with click damage. But if I'm pushing to 700, my click damage hasn't been doing anything for like 200 areas. It's just the way it scales. And that's not even the way it scales everywhere. The more difficult campaigns, the health scales faster. Like Vecna Eve of Ruin, the health goes up a lot. Whereas the opposite is true in events. You could click a little further in events, but not much. Because we're dealing with large numbers. When you're dealing with, you know, orders of magnitude, scientific notation and orders of magnitude, you know, you can't be off by much or else it becomes irrelevant. The difference, just, you know, the damage you're doing becomes irrelevant. Killer, when selecting a team for a patron, is it better to build a formation around the patron buffs or the location blessings? It's best to build your strongest team based around the team. And if it actually happens to fit with patron perks and blessings and stuff, great. But for the most part, you're just trying to build this, like, experiment with the strongest team, because all those things will automatically apply if it works, right? And you'll be able to see it reflected in the bud. That Tasselhoff you're talking about? Well, Raceland Majer is the first one. There's going to be a total of 6 Dragonlance characters. Tasselhoff was confirmed. So there's 2 of the 6. Yeah. Oh, man, and yeah, I've been doing pretty well with a full fallback crew for the storyline adventures in Witchlight until I hit the better end, where you fall off the environment of giant crane. Well, you don't fall off. The boss throws you off. Sage advice, welcome. Try to destroy that boss as quickly as possible because it just happens and it sucks. I really don't like that boss. Should I use potions for deep paver push? I do. I use hour-long ones, but that's because with a legendary speed potion, I can usually get to as far as I'm going in that hour. Before I had this, I would use these purple ones for the deep pushes so that they worked the whole time. Yeah, Maxi, she loses damage. Catherine loses damage the more champions are adjacent to her. It doesn't reflect properly. It doesn't look like it kind of broke. To our understanding, it's broken. The display is broken recently, but you really want her where there aren't a lot of people next to her. So that's why they were asking, would you just leave something open? But yeah, it's not. I would never do that. Yeah, I unfortunately I never read the Dragonlance stuff, so I don't even know. I just know that people have wanted Race Limitaire in this game since year one, and they finally made it happen. But I don't know who else exists in that universe to know who people would be excited about. Okay, we ran out of damage and I forgot to switch back. That's this. Oh, Maxi, it's the same thing. That's 6 to 1, half a dozen to the other. You said Catherine doesn't lose blood from people next to her. She gains from people not next to her. 6 to 1, half a dozen to the other. That's the same functionality. If I have one, if the layout makes it so I only have one person next to Catherine, Catherine's damage goes up. But if I have two, Catherine's damage isn't as high as if there's just one. So it's the same. It's functionally the same thing. You're functionally saying the same thing. However you want to explain to yourself is fine, but functionally it results the same result. So if I remove all my familiars, it shouldn't matter if my click damage is 400 and I'm at area 800. Sure, but here's the thing. This is why we use fire breath potions. It adds your bud. It doesn't add. It changes your click damage to bud-based damage. So you can leave your familiars on the field if you want and click kill things. That's what I'm doing. That's what I'm doing here. We're not attacking these people. They're dying to click damage. I want to make sure we have familiar saved in this for the next time I have to run this. Those are books that introduce a lot of people to D&D fantasy, but yeah, sure. But I introduced my books that introduced me were the Forgotten Realms books. I just never got into the Dragonlance. I never even bought one to try it, honestly. I don't know. I don't know why. I bought a couple of the Strahd ones like Barovia. But then didn't like go heavy into that either. But yeah, I never even read a single Dragonlance book. It's not the same thing. I see what you're saying about the empty seat. I get it. I get it. My point is I would never, I mean, I answered the question by saying I would never do that. Never, it's not going to change anything for you, and you're losing the buffs that champion would provide. But I get what you're saying in terms of leaving a seat empty. It is different for leaving a seat empty. It wouldn't change her stuff at all. You still wouldn't want to do it for other reasons. MC is on 3 steps across the quad. So that does, yes, that does change the answer for this, leaving a seat empty. I mean, it doesn't change the answer for leaving a seat empty, but there's a different reason for why you wouldn't leave a seat empty. Ultimately, it comes down to the same thing. But in terms of her buff, in terms of just how big her buff gets, it's the same thing in determining, like, you basically, it's counting non-adjacent people. Counting non-adjacent people, but that also means it's not as high if you have more adjacent to you. Just build out. There isn't a situation where you would not want to have a full party, as full a party as possible. Let's just put it that way. That doesn't exist in this game currently, because every champion contributes so much. Well, some of them suck, but even then, generally speaking, I don't know that there's a place you'd ever want to not have champion. Yeah, wouldn't make a difference to her buff, but it would remove an entire champion's buffs, exactly. Oh, I forgot to. We gotta swap back and forth. God dang it! This pause is so annoying. All right, we're just gonna leave this group in. 328s is looking good, folks. 328s is looking good. Yeah, I mean, that's 322 is what you need for the first variant in tier 4 in the event. So we're solidly there. We're not close to, like, we need E376 for the second one, so we're not quite that good, but we could solve. That means we should be able to solidly complete. Well, we have been solidly completing tier 3 on all of these, but we should be go to back. There's a couple that we need to do. Anson and Rust, I think we need to go back and do their, yeah, tier 4 variant 1. We should be able to complete those. I don't think we can go higher. We still have another week though. 8 days, basically 9 days. Who knows by then? That's a whole other trial amount Tiamat scale dump, right? Oh no, Iliandris. I'm so sorry to hear that. Is there a super niche situation where that advice isn't good? Hey, there's only one hard, fast rule in Idle Champions that applies to everything, and that's that there's an exception to every rule. Yeah. So, you know, you try to just take in the general advice and the things that are more often than not correct, especially when you're newer in this game. Eventually you will understand where that advice is incorrect and where you have to adjust something, but it's going to be for a very specific situation, right? Like that you're not going to run into often at all. Because that's what this game is. This game is, sure, there's, you know, hundreds of regular adventures. There are. But then every patron, but the actual content of the game is the patron variants. And right now there's 561 for her. Yeah, so here's 2,000 patron variants and change, plus one more patron, so 2,500 patron variants. 2,500 slightly different situations of the same variant you already did. You already did the 560 variants to get access to the patron versions. So there's over 3,000 variants of the game just from regular campaigns, and then every champion has 3. Every event champion has 3. So, you know, you're doing lots of very specific situations over and over in this game. So eventually you're going to run into cases where general advice doesn't apply, and you have to go, general advice, sir, get out of my face, and go do something else. Exception rule is the exception to its own. That's the thing. There is an exception to. There are things in this game where there is an exception. There is not an exception, so, and thus there's an exception to the rule. It's the only hard fast rule that works. Good reason to flex. I'm not flexing. I don't think I'm going to flex another champion this event. I don't think I am. I don't want to. My progress number. Hold on, I don't have it up there. 211 event epics needed. There isn't an event champion that excites me. I mean, Will is the strongest support here, but he doesn't work. He's not going to work in a fallback situation because we want Baldric. I'm not willing to give up Baldric for Will. Other people might. And nobody else here is going to be delivering what I'm looking for. No, I don't find Imoen that good. Some people like Imoen, and that's fine. I'm not one of those people. As an item levels, can anything increase gem find? She has a feat. I had 3 cards and 300%, but then I looked later, it was 3 cards and less. Oh, there's cards that she can pull cards that actually boost the other buffs. So it depends on, like, did you get fate cards? I think the fate cards buff the other cards. Why not you get scales? Because I don't want to have to deal with adding 6 more epics to a pool when I'm trying to epic out my team. And it's not that many scales. It's just my choice on my account. You do whatever you want on yours. This is an account I'm going to play permanently. This is a new player run that I don't even know when we're going to stop, but I don't need more of those champions. I don't need or desire the champions that are available. I'm just choosing not to get them. If for people who are playing their account through properly, get yourself all the things. Notice there are no pigment rewards in this current event. Oh, yeah. I mean, not every champion has rewards at all. So, you know, none of these do. So, it's only the reworked ones, and yeah. New or reworked since events 2.0. We're throwing some good damage down. How are we comparing? 618. This person finished their run already. They're strong for Torment. Jeez. Okay. I'm at 618. It's off of 342, so that's already including that. Not going to change a whole lot. Wait, no. That's not including that. I'll actually jump up over 1,000 maybe. But yeah, they've got a strong team. Maybe they didn't finish. Then there's no reason. Then it would be somebody that dropped back to do a torment for some reason. That doesn't make any sense to me. Which 2 champs did I go for in the event and why? I went for Rust and Eric because they're both really strong gold find champions, and Rust is also a really strong buffer. So I get a combo with Rust. Eric is just for gold find. If I were playing this account permanently, I would also pick up, I would probably pick up Will. Yeah. But I'm not, so. Parkoon is your account, Delkin? But you're way ahead of tier 5, right? Or something, because that's a lot of power. They're not done yet. Yeah, okay. You're taking a tier 10 account and running a lower tier run. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Wish we had a button to end trials early if the boss is dead after 2 to 3 days. If Tiamat has run away, you are done with trials. You just can't start a new one yet, and that's not going to change. It's a time limited thing. They're time gating. They're gating via time how many scales you can earn per X number of days. That is the choice. That is the point. So, yeah. And even if if what you're saying is, well, mathematically we've killed her already, no, you have to wait it out. And that's to force you to continue to boost your. That's a good thing. It forces you to continue to make if you want your champions back quicker, make your team better. I don't think they did that. I don't think they did that system hard. I went into that system hard enough originally. We'll see what they do in the rework. My account is a tier 10 account already. Yeah, I mean, I could see that. I would rather do much more DPS, but yeah, we could probably clear tier 10 around the damage we're doing. Announced when the rework goes live? No. Well, isn't it 1,000 on day 1? The problem is I don't know that I'd be able to do the following days. Right? I can't remember. I don't pay attention anymore. I just AFK through tier 10. I need more power. But I think we're in the 330s. I don't know if it's going to go much higher, but we're going to see. He has 300,000 HP left, and we have 4 hours left on day 3 before we can start day 4. Yeah, and I don't know. That's how it works. Again, that's the whole point. Is if you want to clear it faster, if you want to get your stuff back faster, build better teams. You know, like develop your teams so they're doing more stuff. That's the driving motivator in trial. And Sam says, better to increase the level 5 legendaries on the support champions or increase the level 11 ones on the DP. Oh God. Why are these so far apart? In other words, should all the champions be equal? Yeah, equal. Bring them all up together. Yes. You don't want to go all in because what's happening is you're doubling, but it's better to double all your multipliers than to just double one over and over and over again. The way this game works, because there's 10 multipliers or 60 actually, 10 champions, 6 each, so you end up with 60 multipliers. You want to be bringing them all up. Yeah. No carrot to kill it faster if you still need to wait to start a new run. The carrot was supposed to be getting your champions back. I agree. When I said they didn't go hard enough in that system, that's what I'm talking about. There should have been more. That, like, the completion bonus shouldn't have been a completion bonus. like a success bonus. It should have been a speed bonus. That would have been the carrot. They didn't design the system very well in the first time, but again, redesigning it. We'll see what happens. I don't know that they're fixing that problem in the new one, but I don't know that they even realize that is a problem or that they cared. One of the two, right? Yeah. So yeah, Ian Sam, please. All of your legendaries should go up at the same time. You should never just go all in on one person. It costs too much scales. Like, it's inefficient in the scale spend, but it's also just mathematically nice to have all your multipliers going up. So get those 5s up. Obviously mine are a little stuck, right? Like, I've got some at 5s, some at 3s. There's not much I can do until I get more scales, but the goal is to get them all to 5s. And then I'll decide where we're going from there. It's that easy to do tier 10. Maybe they'll make it more difficult or introduce higher tiers. Maybe. I don't. They haven't shared any of that information. I don't see Mad Mallard. I disagree. The Mad Mallard says only level support ones that affect the DPS. I level them all because eventually, if you're playing this long term, eventually you're going to reforge. But again, this whole system is changing. So right now, I'm just going to tell you straight up, level them all equally. The whole system is changing, but pretend like you're playing long term. Because when you reforge to get a new effect, you keep the levels. So just level them all equally. It's just it's more efficient for your scale spend. It's just nice. It's a nice place to be. Come join us in the nice place. I think this is it. We got to 1065 and the Beholder Zombie wrecked us. Yeah. I think that's everything. That's all she wrote. All right. We're done on our trials run. Day 1, we pushed as far as we could push. What did I end up with? Hey, 1162. Nice. Nice. All right. Trials run done. Scales Forge run done. We need patrons. So what did I didn't buy a time gate piece? Okay. So we need a Mert variant. So we're activating Mert. Mert has been activated. Where did we did all of those. Icewind Dale? We didn't do all of Icewind Dale's. Okay. Icewind Dale, Icequake, 775. We get EO8 influence and a bunch of ruby, 18,000 ruby coin. So let's go try this. Go try this. Do I have speed that I can use first? We like to go fast. We got the speed. No Alleywick, what? Rude. Rude. Like, this is a not great layout for Casman DPS. Just to be clear, when we're talking about bad layouts, this is a bad layout. In fact, I'm going to take her out and put somebody else in. Am I? Yeah. No, what we really want would be Yorvin, and we can't. So let's do something like this. Hit it. There. Okay. All people out for Icequake. No, there should be no completion bonus. I just saw that. Hold on. We'll get back into that conversation once I've got this team set up. And this is something we've talked about a lot. The completion actually bonus is actually the big problem with trials as it currently sits, because they built in, they were smart, and on one side they built in the progressive reward system. So if you only kill if you're 95% of the way through Tiamat, you earn 95% of the scales that you would have earned. It's not that bad. You don't get to move to the next tier, but sure, right? Like, but you still, you got a lot of scales. The problem is the completion bonus. Completion bonus is active punishment if you don't 100% her. So if that had just been time-based, then you're racing, like, you finish it, hey, great. And then how quickly did you finish it? How many days early did you finish it? And then you get a bonus for that. That would have been the way to go. Now, does that help you if it takes you all 7 days and you fail? No, but that's the push to try to get better, right? You still wouldn't have been punished for failing, because you would have been rewarded for trying, right? Because that, that percentage should have been scaled to be more than what you would have gotten if you'd completed the lower tier, right? Like, that's how everything should have been balanced, and it wasn't. Again, they just threw a bunch of numbers in to start and then figured, well, we'll tweak them later, but that's never how it works. It doesn't get tweaked until a full rework, right? And ideally, they don't want to do that. Okay, 775. We're just going to do 15 minutes? That seems weird. We might have to do 2 15-minute potions. Well, Hefe says, I tend to focus like Gar showed earlier, look across my champs to see which favor to go do a deep run in, and then raise the legendaries for that favor as evenly as possible. Yeah, I think that's great. I shot for 5s on a couple because I knew those were big bonuses, and I knew we had enough favor to almost get there. We had the scales, I just didn't have enough favor. That's why it's important to really, do deep favor runs in your forge runs and get as much as possible, because then you can level up even better on the next time around, right? Lurking Rider says, the carrot is, yay, I'm over and done with it now to do any of the other bazillion things to focus on. For a lot of people, that is a pretty big carrot. My damage would be more tomorrow, since now Rust buffed better with the first day's favor. But it's not enough for me to care. Like, significantly, it's not going to be a significant value with my Rust. Because my Rust is low item levels and doesn't even have full epics. It's not going to be enough to significantly change the results of trials. Right? I'm going to get way more just by doing the dailies. That's not going to be an issue. But yeah, I mean, I was at 343. I think that might be the highest contribution so far. So I'm happy. We're still going up. Still going up. Week to week, we've increased. So that's what we want to see. That means we're spending our scales in a way that's helping our overall progress. Do I have some patron variants to do to get fast patrons after we've done the ones in your guide? No. The Patrons 101 guide that's the only list that I have. At that point, you should, to me, at that point, you should have a better idea of how much power you have. And then you're just looking for variants that are going to end up around that power, around that same area goal or higher. Like, if you can try some higher ones. Like, you've really got to start experimenting with what you can actually complete. Because there have been a lot more added in since then, but I haven't done a review to see if there's any that are efficient. What I call efficient. How do I apply speed bonus without a completion bonus, though? I don't know what you mean. It's basically, so if in this system, so that 350% victory bonus, that's a combination of a 50% victory bonus and then a 200% first time completion bonus. Now, first time completion bonus, sure, keep it. But once you get to tier 10, what you're looking at is get rid of the victory bonus and then have it become a speed bonus. So every day there's a multiplicatively stacking bonus per day that you defeated on. So if you go all the way to 7 days, you don't get anything. But if you do it in 6, you get 1 stack, right? If you do it in 5, you get 2, 4, 3, right? Keep going down. That is a speed bonus. That functionally is also a victory bonus, but it's done based off the speed with which you're completing your trials, right? Which means you're trying to continue to progress your account to go faster and faster and faster through trial, which should be a goal, right? That would make sense as a long-term goal. They didn't do that, because once you get to tier 10 right now, it's just, well, as long as it finishes, it finishes. Who cares, right? Like, you're gonna finish, and beyond that, it doesn't matter. Like, nothing matters beyond that. Why continue to keep developing your champions if it isn't actually getting you anything? That's the kind of end game state right now. So hopefully the rework's going to give us a reason to keep developing our champions, other than just big number goes burr, right? Because not all of us give a crap about that. Like, if there's not something that we're earning in the game, then it's fine if people automatically have their own intrinsic, things that make them want to do things. But for everybody that doesn't, you need to give extrinsic ones in the game. And they didn't design it that way. Ian Sam says some of the Tails variants for patrons are easy with huge rewards. Easy and efficient are two different things, but yeah, look wherever you want, whatever you think is going to be easy for your groups, go do. But that's beyond the efficient. The reason I list the ones that I do in the patron guide is because 0 of those have a restriction to what champions you can use. 0 of them, and they don't. Beyond that, there isn't really a super strong restriction against that's going to make it hard to complete them. Like here, this is one of them. There's this damage stuff that happens, and some restrictions about your damage reduced anemones if things happen, but I can use whatever group I want, and that's what qualifies to me and goes on my list as an efficient patron variant. It's the first major qualifier. So I have to review on the main account all the new ones and update that. Again, we're going to be updating guides this month. So there's new one that qualify for my list, great. But otherwise, you've got to, by the time you get to those, like, you have to figure out what teams you're using and then what's going to be easy for you. And that's a very subjective thing. Per account subjectivity. Isn't that more punishing for people that don't complete it though? No, I don't think so. It's the same it's actually worse punishment right now. Well, it's a similar punishment as it is right now, but it's more of a reward and more of a reason to drive you to develop your account. I find here's the thing. Not completing it right now is usually based off people not contributing. And there needs to be more, but because there's no real reason, what people call leechers, there's no real reason for someone right now to come in and actually contribute well. Like, if they look at it and they go, oh, we're going to complete and I'm just not going to do anything. Like, these people threw in big numbers, I'm going to sit at 0. There isn't anything about that motivates those people to actually do something. With a reward bonus for how fast you do it, that motivates. That's actual motivation. You don't want to lean. They tried a punishment system, and their punishment was stupid, like ignorant of how the game works and how people play the game, and utterly pointless. But you don't want necessarily punishment systems for this. You want encouragement systems. So overall, you have to focus on encouraging on finishing quickly, right? Like, there isn't any other focus that you can give. Like, just completion, We've seen how that works, and it doesn't work well. Doesn't work well. You got to think like long term. What's going to motivate people? Well, quicker you finish it, the more you get. That's the best they can offer really in that system. Oh, it says for the first time I use dirty gold farming. Nice. I'll get E46 if I complete the adventure now. The highest blessing is E42 with Tiamat's favor. Do I finish all my blessings now if I end the adventure? Yeah, I mean after you get that dump of favor, you should be able to. Ooh, Tiamat's. Hold on, let me go look. Yeah, 265 E42 is how much you'll have to spend. So you would finish everything with that. I mean, you'd have to go ask somebody that's completed to know. Like I've completed all of Tiamat. I had to spend 265 E42 to get there. Like it isn't always about whatever the global is. Sometimes these are real expensive in tier 5. That's something I need to add to, if I haven't put it in the guide yet, I think I need to add that to the patrons guide. I think I was going to add it. I think I was going to do at some point individual patron guides. And I was going to put it in there and I never did. I don't know what, I don't think I've, oh, did I? Hold on. I can always check my other account, get that information. What's oral? Oh, I'm not done with oral yet, and we're at E44. So, if you have E46, I'm maybe? I don't know. I'd have to check my main, hold on, let me pull up my main account. Everything's maxed out on the main. As you go further and down the campaign list, you need more and more favor to max out the blessings. At least it's supposed to be that way. Let me find, I gotta hop into something. Hold on. Oh, I guess I can hop into my trials run. That'd make my group happy. Oh, jeez. Okay. You're welcome, trials group. I'm doing my trials day on my main. Not that we needed it. She's gonna be dead anyway. Okay, let me look at oral. Oral is 929 E48. That's how much you're gonna spend. And usually you're shooting for like EO2 above that. So you're gonna want like 1 E51 for oral's favor. Yeah. That's a big jump from E42 to E48. E20. So here's how it progresses. It's E24 in Torm, E27 in Kellamvor, a little higher of an E27 in Helm. We don't know what it's going to be in Tales of the Champions yet, but it's going to be much higher. E42 in Tiamat. So you can tell going from E27 to E42. You know. You've now left the easy campaigns. You're now in the medium difficulty campaign. E48, roughly E49 for oral. 5 E48 for Coralons. For some reason it went down. 5 E48 for Celestians. They just kind of locked into the E48s, I guess, for the mediums. 5 E48 for Coralons. 5 E48 for Celestians. Oh, I said that already. Clicked on the wrong thing. Wizards. Oh, Fortune's favor is 5 E50, 559 E50. Arguably the most difficult one to earn in the game. And Wizards 3 cap is 5.55 E48. It's just so much. Fortune's favor in Wizards 3, it's just so much harder to earn that. So oddly, you know, if you can, once you get around, you know, in the E50s in favor, once you're into that round, you can cap everything. It's just Fortune's favor and Oral's favor. Fortune's favor and Turn of Fortune's Wheel and Vecna of Ruin. You need. It's so hard to earn favor there. It's the problem. You'll end up. I think I got to the high E20s before I had to start conversions, and then it was only conversions to get me above that, to get me to the top. Should I buy favor? What you mean, buy blessings now before the adventure ends? I don't. I wait until it ends so that I get as far as I can go, and then I buy on the next one. Like, to me, it doesn't matter when you buy, but I wait until I get all the new favor. Oh, if the warning's coming up, then you don't buy. Then you're gonna want to close and finish, and then, but yeah. Now you're just missing the last one. Yeah. Then the next time you get around to doing a favor run there, like a forge run, that's nowadays, like at that point, you're just like going back when you're doing forge runs and top it off then. Lucifer says they want damage-based rewards for trials. No, absolutely not. Highest damage dealer should get extra, lowest damage dealer should get less. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. And here's why. There's people that hack this game, and then it becomes an unfair group system. Like, if it's a group dynamic in the rework, and we don't know that it is, that becomes an unfair system. People just hack the game to get that stuff, but try to get it. Again, trying to figure here. I want to say this again. I say this often. Talking about the current system. I know I made some comments about what I thought would be better, but none of my comments matter, and I hate to say it, but none of yours either, because it's getting a rework, and we have no idea what that rework is going to be. So talking about it now is kind of pointless, because we could get way too invested in the ideas we're coming up with. And then when they rework it and it's not what we want, what we think that is going to be the best, then we get disappointed, when the reality is the system will probably be better anyway. So just be patient, wait for the new rework, and go from there. Because they're not going to put any time or attention into it right now, before the rework happens. It's just not going to happen. Everything is going into the finished rework. All right, let's give this party some damage, and we should be able to finish this off. I just want to say, I thought 15 minutes of potions wasn't going to be enough, but it only took us 11 minutes to get to 695. Speed team for the win. Speaking of people who don't complete their trials, look, I don't know what day we're on. Oh, it says 4, and I'm doing day 4. So I've been doing my stuff. It's just, I know that, like, we have people who are in the 5-digit damage already. They don't need me. They don't need my daily run. She's getting a beat and run off as it is. Now, again, because there's nothing that, if there were a time-based thing, yeah, I'd make sure I did every single day. I also would have been upgrading legendaries to level 20 before now. Because it's just a nice snowball into more and more scales, right? But that's not the world we live in, so. Programmer says, in patron shops, I bought familiars, champions, and potions of polish. Is it time to buy patron chests after Modron chests and time gate pieces? So the time to buy patron chests, in my opinion, is after you've full epicked your core and evergreen champion. Then you can start spending excess currency on patron chests. So when this filter looks like this, let me just go to owned. All of these are epic. Then start spending then you can start spending excess currency on patron chests. The reason I encourage people to wait until after this is because these champions could get epics out of patron chests, and patron chests are hard to come by. You want the epics from patron chests to go to event champions, right? So that's the only qualifier I put on it. Honestly, out of the shop, Permanent purchases, I bought the familiar. I think I bought a potion of polish and I didn't need the others yet because I was just looking for ones for speed champions. There's nothing else here that I would want. I don't even want the champions because they would come with no gear and then I'd have to, and then they're sucking up gear from stuff. So after time gate pieces and Modron component chests, if I have excess currency, yeah, I would spend it on patron chests. So hence I'm at the point, we spent off all of our excess last week. And I'm now at the point on this account where I have to do a patron variant per week to get the currency to continue. I'm just going to do one for each patron each week to get the currency to continue to buy my time gate piece and my Modron component chest. And I'm might actually not do the time gate. Well, yeah, we'll still do the two. There's an argument for not doing time gate pieces anymore either, where I'm at. And just buy the Modron chest and then patron chest, but we'll see. Oh no, we died. It's the problem is these silly, these things suck. These guys are bad. Okay. The tomb tappers. Okay, we got through them. Generous usage of ults. There we go. There's 775. Boom. Icequake. Boom, Icequake. But yeah, there's people out there whose damage is so high that you wouldn't, if you join their tier 10 trial, you would get no reward. There's people who would use exploits in the game to basically solo kill Tiamat and be the only person. The second it starts to do damage, yes, that's a thing with exploiting. And you'd never get, and nobody would get anything. They'd use it to troll other people. We don't want to create those kinds of situations. Do bounty contracts help with favor? Not really. I know they drop gold, but it's not an amount that is actually a viable amount of gold, if we want to put it that way. It's really not great. Hey, we get the bunny beast this time around. We also get Alleywag. So we're going Alleywag. No Diana, but we could King of Shadows. Might do that. Rust. Definitely Rust. Miria. That's what we want. Some Rust, some Miria. We want King of Shadows DPS back here? Sure. Why not? Why not? It makes no sense whatsoever, but we're gonna do it. No, we're gonna put them up here. We're gonna do this and we're gonna do this. This makes more sense. Okay. Let's go. 15 minutes of potions. Oh no. Apothecary. Take me away. No, that's Calgon. Dang. Give me my potions. Give me my potions. All right. In Turn of Fortune's Wheel and Vecna, Eve of Ruin, I mean, if towards the end of a run you want to drop some, like, pop some silver chests, do some bounty contracts, I mean, I'm not going to hate it, but offline gold is a really messed up calculation that isn't as beneficial as you'd really like it to be. It comes from an earlier time, like year one, where things are very different. Back when the game didn't do anything when you stopped, when you turned it off. And they've just never felt the need to update it. It's not like people have issues getting favor anymore in this game, except for the places where they... Except for Fortune's Wheel, really. That's the big problem. But they wanted it that way. If they didn't want it to be frustrating, if they didn't want to frustrate you, they would have fixed it. That's what pisses me. They know it frustrates us. They know we hate it. And they're like, eh, sucks to be you, I guess, is the way it feels, honestly, as a player. Because they could have just gone in and tweaked it. They could have just changed it to work like Vecna Eve of Ruin. And they didn't. What am I doing? This should just be, I've got familiars now. Keep forgetting that we've got the familiars to do this with, and I should just park this one here. Okay. Jindolphin, during a trials campaign, do all party members share the same restrictions? No. Each player has their own unique restrictions. And that's why you just got to focus on what you can do and do the best you can do, because you never know what somebody's getting screwed over with. Doesn't favor become irrelevant to damaging quests once you can hit soft cap? Yes. Favor stops becoming irrelevant to damage at soft cap. It stops becoming irrelevant to blessings once you cap, and then it only becomes relevant. And then it only raising it is only relevant for leveling up legendaries. We have people in 5-digit damage, now we know 4 digits. No. Talking about the damage contribution on, like on my main account, when I click here, the damage contribution of people is at 5 damage. Is at 5 digits. That is your damage contribution, your total damage contribution. There's people at, oh, there's 2 people over 12,000. Because that's adding in all of your daily bonuses. And daily bonuses are contribution. Again, folks, it doesn't matter. Like, making suggestions about how to change things does not matter. Please don't get in arguments in my chat about it, because it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter to the game. It doesn't matter to the to the stream, because they're reworking the whole system and you have no idea what they're looking at. You have no idea. Even those of us who have an idea because we've been in that conversation really ultimately have no idea, because they didn't share enough information. And it's frustrating, but it is what it is. Until they start publicly talking about it, there's no point to talking about how to change trials, because you don't know what the system's going to look like a couple months from now. So until they announce what they think it's going to look like, there's no point in talking about it, trying to come up with feedback for it, because you don't, because it's all changing. Like, friendly discussions are fine. It's just at a certain point when it just keeps going on and on, I'm like, this is you know, none of it matters. Like, if you want to talk about friendly discussions, talk about systems that do need changed and that we don't know are gonna get changed. Maybe, like, we could talk about what goes into a Timegate 3.0 rework, because guess what? They haven't started even thinking about that. They haven't thought about that at all. A good dev team does listen to the players. Look, listening to feedback is fine. Yes, you listen to all feedback. That doesn't mean you follow the players' directions. Why do I hate theory crafting so much around a game that's literally built around theory crafting? Because I've seen it destroy communities. I just kind of talked about it a minute ago. People get too hung up on what they think, what they perceive is the best solution to a problem without understanding all the variables that the devs have to contend with. And then when the devs release their version, those people get mad because it isn't what they came up with and they think they're right. And it creates serious friction in a community. And I, as a community manager, as somebody who's worked as a community manager in the video game industry for years, can't stand it. Like, why do that to yourself? Why put yourself in a position where you're going to hate whatever comes out because you got too attached to something that you created in your head? I don't want to see that for people. That's why I also don't like to go in the well of spoilers either. Because until something comes out, it's not real. It's Pinocchio. It's a wooden Pinocchio. You're not a real boy yet. Get out of here. Because stuff in testing can change dramatically. Stuff changes from the blog post to live in this game, and the blog post comes out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days before a champion comes out, and it will change. They've changed the seat a champion was coming in between the time it was in a blog post and the time it went out, and we don't even have any information yet. Oh yeah, it's too much. It just starts like, as someone who worked in community management, I'm just like, oh, why are you arguing with people who just want the game to be better, just like you do? Why? It kills me. Lutorgaz, does Elios gem buff work in the background parties and offline? Yes, it is our understanding that it does, but you're not going to be earning much, right? You're not going to be earning much at all. It's not like, because it's based on the number of bosses you're killing, right? So it's going to work, but but you're not getting a whole lot out of it when you're offline or in the background. Here we go. Timegate 3.0. I want event feats more than once a year. Yes, I want to be able to complete event tiers in Timegates 3.0. Yes. That's huge. Lucifer says, I'm gonna like whatever they add as long as it doesn't make the game crash more. Oh, buddy. I prepare to be disappointed, I guess, because patch day means crash day. I don't know. We'll hope, right? But a reworked system trying to fit into a game that, I will see. Mandalier says this: I've seen how a community around MMO loves a particular dev when they think he's on their side or doing the thing they want, and then they're awful to them if they're not doing the thing they want them to be doing. Yes. Or does in a way they consider unsatisfactory. Yeah, it's frustrating. It's frustrating. And for reference, look, for those of you who don't know, who are like, wait, you worked in the video game industry? Sort of. I worked as a community management person in the broad sense of like everything from moderation to social media to literally processing feedback and distributing it to developer, all these kinds of things. I have done at different times for different companies, but I did it through a third-party company, basically as an independent contractor. So I can't talk about, because of stupid NDAs, I can't talk about the companies I work with. But what I can say is I've worked from everything from independent game studios releasing their first game as a new studio to some of the largest IPs. Like I could name them, you would instantly know them and go, oh, good Lord. Famously, I worked for one of the most toxic communities in the gaming world. And I was brought in specifically to try to make that game's official forums less toxic, because the players had run the developers off the forums, and the developers weren't comfortable posting because they get harassed. So I was brought in to try to fix that, and I did. It took me a year. Took me a year of diligent work, not on my own, with a team. I had a whole team of moderators, and together we came up with consistent guidelines and accountability and everything. And we turned the whole place around in a year. And then they let us all go and went to volunteer moderators because they're like, this place is great now. We don't need paid moderators. And I was like, oh my God. All that work went away in a flash. Because then the volunteer mods then unbanned all the people that we banned for very good reasons. And man, I've done this job. I have done this job. I've seen it from all kinds of sides. Yeah, it's rough. It's rough. Like Ryder says, they changed at least one champ's ability on the day they released. Yeah. Post-release stuff, yeah. They nowadays they only do that if it's broken. Like if it came out not the right way. But yeah. Crashed the game today by Bud maxing with Uggy between Anson and Cosrin 20 times. That's weird. But yeah, okay. Like Reminder says, I want a way to easily get rid of my time gate piece horde that's over 2,000 time gate pieces strong without needing to run time gates. That would be nice. Yeah. The toxic community has to be Neopets. Oh, jeez. That's funny. We need a less toxic community. Bring in the Grudge Keeper. Yeah, it's funny. It's I wasn't known by Garwar in any of those communities because the ignorance of hiring third-party moderators is they don't want you to know. The studio doesn't want you to know that they've hired third-party moderators. So they give you names that are like they make you come up with a name that fits in with their community, but not one that's recognizable as, oh, this person was a moderator and is moderating in another community too. Because I had multiple contracts at the same time. It was a whole system. I went through a lot of different names. Shaking my damn head. Worked yourself out of a job. Look, who would think that a studio would be so stupid and ignorant as to think that, oh, the community's fine and it'll stay that way without consistent management now, right? There was a whole internal inquiry after that because it turns out the person that made that decision or argued for that decision was in a relationship, an undisclosed relationship with one of the people they brought in as volunteer moderators who had been arguing and pushing them to turn in, make it volunteer mods. It was a whole thing. And I cackled when I found that out. I was like, drama. Oh, hello, Cream Rock. Hello. What beats do I use on Diana? The whatever. We'll be right back. She's got two real, a 40% and 80%. We'll be right back for speed. Eventually, you're going to want those. You'll have to just early on. You just use whatever you have available, but eventually, for speed, you're going to want those too. Yeah. As a brand new player, just throw in whatever you got and run with it for a while. Things will start to make more sense as you progress further. Like as you understand each of the champs, you've just got a lot of them, and you're gonna have to like learn how they work. And as you do slowly over time, and as you do, it'll make more sense as to which ones you want. You swap Uggy around often enough, the game just freezes. Yeah. I mean, look, just switching between saved groups from a group that doesn't have Uggy in it to one that does freezes the game. So. Killer says, tell me about it. I joined a team and completely reworked their processes and updated all their knowledge and made the job so much easier and quicker. Less than a year after leaving, they went back to some older process and it fell apart. Yeah, people don't learn. They don't understand. Here's the issue. If a subject is outside of like your realm of knowledge, it feels like people don't process how much expertise goes into making those decisions, and they just decide to invalidate things. And then you're done, right? Like then they revert changes and do all kinds of stuff that just basically kills everything you did, because they don't understand it. Like this is one of the reasons we're seeing like the rise of people saying AI is going to be great. It's like you're and they never say, they're always like, not in what I do. AI doesn't work in what I do, but it'll work for these other things. But all of those other people are saying the same thing, because everybody's underestimating just how much goes into what these other like parts of systems and jobs and corporations do, how much goes into it, and how much like actual knowledge is there that you're just ignoring if you don't have an expert, right? A little Jamie says, to be fair, I could think of at least half a dozen instances that you just described. I know. That's why I have to stick to making it that vague, but it's, yeah. Yeah. Is Uggy taking the nickname Buggy? It's Bud's Buggy, but no, I don't know that she's buggy. I think, well, there's obviously some kind of problem that's created there, but I don't know if it's Uggy's fault. This Tarask is wrecking us. So the problem is manyfold, fortunately. I mean, we're dying to these ice quakes. They're annoying. How do we change this to be better? I think we want Halson. No, we don't, because Halson, because we were trying to use King of Shadows DPS, and that's not going to work. So maybe we don't use King of Shadows DPS. Can we transfer enough things around? No, she's got to be up here. And then we could do Halson. Halson's mainly going in for some survivability. Maybe. Probably not. Let's see what happens. Yeah. Wish there was a way to remember who Uggy was with. Yeah. I wish when I saved a formation layout, it saved where Uggy's location. Yeah. Yeah, the familiars won't push the button for Uggy's, for the call Uggy. Hit base boss? Crawl. I don't have crawl. The other option would be Corazon. I don't have Corazon. The adventure power of 3 is not a good one to have in the game. For not that many new players have year 3. It doesn't matter if new play. Then you just don't do it until you get more year 3 champions. The whole point of the game is to collect. I mean, part of the point of the game is collecting all the champions. You'll do that adventure later, or variant, or whatever it is. Doesn't, you don't have to do variants. This is a problem. People think they have to do variants the moment they come across them, and that's not right. Ben when he shreds armor. I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. We could try to run Binman. I don't know that it's so like the problem with company. I think the problem with companies is driven by the fact that the stock market exists and rewards profits over just building like short-term profits over long-term success, and that's, to me, that's where the problem is. We get into a whole lots of arguments about that. Don't really help us. Yeah. Seems to happen in cycles. The cycle is the quarterly earnings report. Yes. Hey, Shevik. We actually aren't gem farming. I thought we were going to be gem farming, but it turned out today is a day of forge runs, our first day one of trials, and then patron variants because we need currency. Maybe we'll get to gem farming. Yes, Black Widow, you would think, right? Are You Chicken should help players realize variants aren't necessarily completed when you're unlocked. Yes, you'd think, right? Which area should I open chests? Whenever you get them. Or are you talking about like silver chests trying to get gold out of them? Then it's the highest area possible. But again, I you know, that's not really, I wouldn't really worry about it too much. They're not given that much. But yeah, the highest area possible. Again, if you're trying to do it in like Turn of Fortune's Wheel or Vecna Even Ruin, you know, good luck. I don't know it's going to do much. But yeah, gold find is a function of the area you're on plus your gold find, or the offline gold plus the gold find you have. But it's a weird formula. So the higher the area, the better. All right, where are we going? 800. All right. Yeah, we ran out of speed potions here, so do this. What was I gonna do? I was gonna go to the apothecary a while ago and spend these gems. But now I'm like, we're way closer to the 50,000 I need for that feat. I think I'm gonna hold it. I keep changing my mind. Oh well. Did I get a feat? I should open those one at a time. I did not. Oh, I didn't open my Bahamut chests. +4. Jeez, I'm good on vials for a while. +2, yeah. Yeah, alright. Can I say as a Bears fan, sad weekend? Like Grizzly, Black, Kodiak? What kind of bears? Polar? UCLA Bruins are bears, but probably not the bears they mean. Gelton, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Grudge Keepers. Panda bears, yeah. Haas livery reveal was today. Was it? I don't really care about. I'll be honest. I enjoy F1. I don't care about livery reveals. They're gonna be what they're gonna be, and a lot of times it's like. A lot of times I like the temporary liveries they'll do for special occasions better than the main ones, and I'm so upset. What, you don't care about sponsor logos? How dare you not increase shareholder value? Look. Shareholders can. Yeah, no, I'm not gonna. Oh my god. Stock market was a mistake. The stock market was a mistake. Yeah, I'm more curious about how they're gonna run Shevik. Absolutely. And that's not till February, right? I think we were just a major sponsor, MC. But who knows? I don't even know if they're a sponsor this year. That was like Sauber, and isn't that becoming Audi or whatever? I don't know. I don't remember. Yeah, I don't buy new jerseys with new sponsors every year either. Oh, this trend of putting sponsors on jerseys pisses me off. Like when I'm watching like the WNBA games, and it's like, here's the thing, and then here's the sponsor, and here's another sponsor, and here's the sponsor over here. I'm like, it's horrible. I don't want to walk around with that. I'm already advertising the team if I'm wearing a jersey. Isn't that enough? Apparently not. Apparently not. All right, we finished this one. Okay, let's go Strahd. Wait, did we need... I don't know if we needed Strahd, but we're going to do Strahd anyway. We're just going to run through all of it. No, let's take these off. Okay, who do we got now? Oh, don't have them. We can put them back in. Can't use that. Jesus. We're just gutted. Strahd guts us. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Can't use Diana. We got Ellie back at least. Dragon Baby. Jeez. This is rough. So this is going to be a cast run. Somehow? No, because that's not front or back. It's going to have to be here. This doesn't work. Oh, no. Gotta be back here. Oh, no. Nordum? Put to the rescue? Maybe? BBG isn't going to buff Cass. What am I doing? Speed effect. I'll leave him in for the speed effect for now. Dragon Bait all the way to the front. Maria. Whoa. Belushi. Belushi. Yeah. Then I don't have to deal with Darius, who I don't like anyway. Alright. Real weird. Rear Decker, yeah. Slice Souls, yeah. Basic functionality. There we go. Adjacent gains evil, yes. Oh, 9 stacks. Wow. 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 Okay. I'm gonna need more than that. I should make multiple. All right, and we're off. This is going to be interesting. Oh no, what got clipped? Oh, buddy. I'm prepared to be disappointed, I guess, because patch. Yeah, okay. Yeah. UK football teams have 3 new kits per year. I'm so sorry. Is that new in American sports? It's been a thing in English Premier League football forever. I don't watch a lot. I haven't gotten until I haven't been into sports in a while, so it feels new to me. What, do people not want to be a walking billboard? No, I do not want to be a walking. Unless this is the billboard. Unless this is the billboard. That's the only billboard I want to be. An ad popping up while we're complaining about sponsors is impeccable timing. It is. Oh, are you okay? When you said 3 new kits, I thought you meant it changed 3 times, not home away and alternative. Yeah, home away and alternative tends to be a thing. I thought you meant it like it changed 3 times through the years with different sponsors and stuff, and that was ridiculous. Why is this not? Oh, it never put somebody in. Okay. I'm like, why did my main account team stop? Just it didn't. Someone got restricted out. Put a new person in for that person. We also don't have a DPS. That's not helping. That's not helping. Absolutely destroying the Tarrasque. We like to see. All right. Oh, we should probably go look at this. Okay, so we did Mert. Did we get more stuff over here? Yes. Hey, look, we get a little more gold. Over here, damage. Go. We want that one first. All right, Mert's shop. There's my time gate piece. Did I already get my motor chest? I did. Okay. Ajra. Already got the time gate piece. There's the Modron chest. Okay. And then we can turn the excess into patron chests if we want. All garbage. Okay, great. It's so worth it. Trying to get the clip to 6.9 seconds, we had to settle for 9.6. Essen. Which is nice backwards, folks. All right, so we could come over here now. I bought my stuff for the week. Now I can just buy 3 Mert patron chests with the excess, right? This is what I do now that I'm full epic on Corn Evergreens. You do a variant, you get some stuff, and you also get a chance at some epics. That's really all we're looking for here. I mean, we'll take whatever consumables they give us, but what we really want are epics, and we didn't get one. I'm gonna get one here for sure at the pity timer. There it is. I change my progress tracker, which is not on the screen, but I'm still gonna update it. Virgil's ultimate attack cooldown. I'm going wonderful. Okay. So we'll take all the stuff that we could get. We're just trying to go through as many pity timers as possible. That's all we can do for guaranteed progress is just run that pity timer over and over again. How rare are double epic drops from gold chest? Pretty rare. The rarest one is triple epic. But yeah. I mean, rare alone is, I mean, a single epic alone is hard enough, right? And then so to get a double is really rare. But the triple is the jackpot. Because it's hard enough to get 3 items to drop and then to have all 3 of them be epics is, yeah. What is... Oh, these are the ones we had from the beginning, right? Because I just didn't use them. There. Okay. Because that was from the... I was like, wait, what? This was from the pay-to-play run that we did. And so I chose not to use them. I was like, wait a minute. We got tanking pigments still. You get 3 epics and one of them is a shiny. You could get 3 epics and all of them are shiny. That's the rare. That's the super rare, ultra rare thing to get. So yeah. Are we going to be able to finish all of this? Because we need to do Strahds and we need to do Zerials. Although I think Strahd, we bought both of the things for. So this is all just going to be for patron chests. But it's better to just do all the variants. Like one variant for everybody. And so we'll do it for Zerial as well. And she needs the time gate piece purchased and the Modron chest purchased. Okay. To play the lotto jackpot, I mean, you should have played you should have played the lotto because it would have been worth more than what you get in this game. But I don't know. I think you will have used up your luck, right? That's the problem. That's the problem. Oh, hey, folks, I updated the Throne wishlist thing. The crowdfunding is now for dental stuff. And by dental stuff, I think it's going to change. But I added per the recommendation of my dentist, like a water flosser and then an electric toothbrush. Those are on there and it's crowdfunded. Anybody wants to help me keep my teeth in decent shape? Good Lord. Good Lord. Suspect a better chance at winning the lotto than 3 epic shinies? Yeah, probably. Probably. Crowdfunding. No, that's if I had a way to actually put like if I made a GoFundMe, that would be crowdfunding, yes. Cause yeah, I got like $7 grand worth of stuff that needs to be done on my mouth, but that'd be crowns and implants and all kinds of stuff. This is literally just make it so I don't have to get more crowns. To be fair, if you won the lottery, you could buy all the characters and get all gold shiny. Yeah, that's why I said the lottery is the better way. If you want to get a jackpot, if you know you're going to get a jackpot, get the jackpot in the lottery. Problem is, you never know you're going to get. That's the big problem. I got my new health insurance card in the mail this weekend. And they automatically assigned me a primary care physician because I didn't select one during the process or something. I just didn't think it would matter. I figured, well, they'll just assign me one nearby, right? Because they're all the same to me. No, they give me a primary care physician that's in another city, nowhere near me. What are they doing? Would they do that? Shouldn't say nowhere near me, but come on. It's like 32 miles away from me. Why would you do that? I gotta change that. Hitting the Golby chat's crowning achievement. Again, if it was a GoFundMe, then yeah. That's insurance automatic programming. I'm all too familiar with that. But my address was right. Well, it's not, address isn't on the card, but the address that I looked up in my, I'll have to double check it again. I've had this same insurance company for years. I just had to change the policy because all of the prices changed. And so it's like, ugh. It's been frustrating. 32 miles is just around the corner in the USA. I mean, it's not the worst, but there's no way I'm going to have my primary care physician be 32 miles away. When there's literally an entire, like, huge hospital system about 2 miles from me. No. No. All right, 825 is the goal this time around. We're going to have to use another set of potions. I saw that coming. I filled so I have like in Dune Awakening, I've been trying to refill my spice sand stores for the next time we get a 25% off resource crafting stuff. I have 40 big containers, like the medium containers, allocated for that. I filled up I think 11 so far. So making progress. That's just in the last week, so it's pretty nice, pretty nice. I want to upgrade my sand crawler though. I just built it all with the basic stuff, but I have the new, like the dampened treads that cause less vibrations, which should mean I can farm sand and fall the worm less often, which is fantastic. I have the larger storage container for it, which basically ups it like from 7,500 volume to like over 11,000 volume, like 11,250 volume, if I remember correctly. Which means, you know, more farming, especially if I'm going to the larger sand stuff. I'm going to get way more sand before having to take a trip back to dump it all off. But I want to get, so I have those ready to make, but there's an engine that I want that's makes it faster, and some players think also makes the vacuum work more effectively. But I can't find one of those. I really want one of those before I upgrade. Oh, if you have insurance through your company, you don't need separate insurance outside of it. I do not work for a company, so I have to pay for my own, which sucks. So, sucks. Side note regarding not calling the worm. Have you ever actually tried walking with literally no rhythm? It's surprisingly hard. Have you ever tried driving a sand crawler with no rhythm though? That's the worst part. Yeah, you know, this is a rhetorical question. In the game, they actually don't have that as a feature. I'm really hoping at some point they have like a, I don't know. I mean, there's two factions in the game. It's Harkonnen and Atreides, or you can just not assign yourself a faction at all. I mean, you could, you're doing stuff. Well, you kind of have to assign a faction along the storyline. I'd really love for them to introduce a Fremen faction. That really has nothing, that really hates both of the Harkonnen and the Atreides. But that would have things like that, like, hey, you've learned to walk with no rhythm. You don't call the worm, as you know, you've reduced your worm call by this percent and stuff. I would love that. It would just make sense to me that, you know, the Fremen of all the people would know how to get farm spice without, as efficiently as possible, without having to deal with the worms. Again, I also played more Rogue Waters. That's that tactical roguelite pirate-based one that we were playing on Friday. I unlocked another character, but like a grappler, and basically they just grab one of the enemies and just chuck them into a different position, and if they run into other people, it causes damage. But it's really, they're really a repositioner, which is really interesting thing when you have other champions that are other characters that are like position-based damage and stuff. So I've been doing pretty well in that one. Got some more permanent upgrades. So hopefully I'll be able to finish stuff more, but definitely trying to, like, getting lots of cannons is definitely the key. And getting a mix of cannons, like taking out their cannons when you come up on them, and then taking out any major ship modules, but really just trying to take out, I won one fight by just taking out the crew before getting to the boarding phase. That makes it super easy. Also, there was something that we ran into that I avoided called extortion when you land at certain places. I was like, I don't really want to get in a fight with these people, but it's not a fight. It's not a normal fight. You load into the map and your job is to try to just escape with what you stole. So you don't have to kill everybody. You just have to get one character to the exit, and that's a victory. So I've been doing that every time now. Yeah, just slowly trying to upgrade all the things. But some of the upgrades just don't seem... Like, there's definitely a lot of the upgrades that are very much about using specific specialists. Some of the upgrade modules. And I'm not super into that. But it's been fun so far. Found some really fun items. You know, the downside is, you know, you basically cash in your items at the end of every run, so you can't carry them from one run to the other, which is frustrating. Some of them are just absolutely wonderful when you get them. I played FTL. No, I am not. 9 minutes. Can we get to 825 in 9 minutes? This is always the challenge of not having speed champions. Suddenly, something you did in 10 minutes then takes like 30 or more. What are we going to get from this? EO8 influence, 21,000 coins. So 4 straw chests. Since we already bought his stuff. I'll take it. Ever get burned out yet? On this game? Sure. Going from trying to chase 9 jump, or chasing 9 jump, going from 4 jump to 9 jump on Briv definitely burnt me out. I'm still trying to recover. That's kind of why we're doing a new player run. That's more refreshing. The main account, I just can't focus on it at the moment. It's just ridiculous. %60 14 jump. Ugh. I never ever. Never ever. Like, that would be the final thing I ever did in this game, it feels like. Gearless account win, no. I did that in the early years and had enough of it. I did stuff. I was like, okay, I get it. I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this. Yeah. Yeah. No, I mean, IRL, that would be a yes as well, obviously. As a content creator, yes. Burnout, yes. That's why I tend to only do massive guide updates like once a year, because I just can't. I just can't be bothered like trying to constantly try to keep them updated. There's too many. We're almost at 200. We're almost at 200 guides. What number? 197 or 198? 198. I have 198 active guides for Idle Champions. If I had ever thought when this game first came out that it would go this long, that it would last this long, and I would make this many guides, I wouldn't have done guides. I would have made a fan site. It's just easier. Way easier. It's easier long term. The guides were easier short term. Manadler asks, when you redo the noob guide this year, do you think you'll advise people to skip the El Coria unlock? Absolutely. Yes. Absolutely. In the current state of the game, there's no reason to do it early on. I don't know that in the current state of the game if there's any reason to do it at all, other than completionism, but yeah. That's definitely going to be a thing. Is Idle Champions my full-time job? I mean, streaming currently is, while I try to find work. The problem is the games industry went to shit. So it's difficult. It's difficult for people with way more experience than me to find work, which means it's difficult for me to find work. I'm just trying to find anything to do nowadays. Yeah. But my biggest chunk of cash income currently comes from my Saturday streams for CNE, for Idle Champion. Step 1, Dritz. Step 2, Dragon Bait. Step 3, Bruce. I mean, no, that's not how it's going to go. But that's the order probably of those 3 evergreens. Yes. What are you up to? We're like 2 subs away from this current sub goal, which for January is pretty darn good. Thanks, everybody. Thanks, everybody. I do monthly sub goals instead of daily sub goals. Some people do dailies. And I shoot for the overall goal. Paradox, for the gem farming team, I'm only missing Thalora and Briv. Do I go Thalora first or Briv? Thalora. Yeah, Briv is the last thing you need, because Briv isn't even going in your gem farming team right away, like for a while. You maximize your regular gem farming team, your standard gem farming team, which doesn't have Briv in it. And once it's maxed out and it's just super efficient and generating tons of gems, then you start dumping into Briv. And if you're not using Briv as a tank before then, like if you don't need them as a tank, then you don't have to pick them up. And so you can just wait, and when you decide to, if you decide to do Briv gem farming. Do we skip on Corey and unlock Windfall ASAP? No. You can't. You can't. Step 1, Hank. Step 2, Speed Team. Step 3, New Trials. That might be big steps. But that's also probably the order those things are going in, but... Alright, we finished. Let's get Zerial started. I prepped these a long time ago and we just never finished them, so it's nice that they were ready to go. Once again, that's okay. Oh, we got Human this time. Nope. That's unfortunate. Maybe Rust? Oof. Oof. Big oof. Briv. Are we doing cast DPS again? I guess we kind of are. But then do we just do Belushi? Again? And freely with Rust. Sure. Key to a cast formation is making sure cast is in right away. Area 1, leveling up to his ability that counts the number of areas, that tracks the number of areas he's been in. Making sure your whole team is in, so he's getting that count too. Like he just wants to be stacking for mortal pawns, pawn stacks. We want 10 stacks per area cleared. We didn't quite get it. Didn't quite get there fast enough, but it's not going to be that bad. But because we're going so many, it should be fine. I'm just going to assume this is going to take between 15 and 30 minutes. All right. Strawn stuff. Again, we bought his time gate piece. We bought his mode run chest. So we can go look at perks. Good evil pair. The 2 or few. I don't even want that. That's Kazran. That's Kazran focused. All right. 4 patron chests for Strawn. Go open them. Any epics? Can we beat the pity timer? Come on. Come on. Beat it. No. We didn't. Oh well. We tried. We tried. Step 1, tutorial tour. Step 2, dread. Step 3, debate with community over which one is the leader of the commands of the hall. Step 4, write a guide Reddit post on all the ways Dritz isn't the answer. Step 5, Step 6, profit. I wish there was profit. Little Jamie says, Step 1, Dritz. Step 2, read some of the Salvatore novels. Step 3, play Icewind Dale CRPG. Step 4, remember Idle Champions exist. Also. Interesting way to go about it. Paradox successfully did their first trials run solo. Nice. Congrats. Now make sure from now on you never do solo again. Groups only. MCS, who's the better DPS, Cass or Dark Urge? If we just look on who needs gear to work. I mean, it doesn't matter. Cass is the better DPS. With or without gear. And with or without item levels. Cass is a better DPS. Like, it's disgusting how much better. Joined the team this weekend. Me too. Delcoon over here stacking the deck with 2,000 DPS. Oh, man. People are going to be like, the other people in my group that are like normal at this tier, like, what the hell's going on? Am I not doing something right? They're going to feel bad. All right, out of root beer. I mean, maybe. Who knows? Who knows? For Torment, those are huge numbers. For Torment, those numbers are huge. Wait, what? Why is that not? Hold on. I gotta restart Steam. I have an email about a Steam gift, but Steam is not telling me. Now it is. Delcoon, thank you for the gift. We will definitely... That's coming out soon, right? I'll go look. We're definitely going to have to fit that into some streaming schedule. Let me go look. I have... Oh, now where is it? Oh, it's over here. January 22nd, that's this week. It's Thursday. Cult of Lamb Woolhaven arrives January 22nd, folks. Install. Get that ready early. Maybe we'll play some Thursday. Like second half of the stream Thursday. Maybe Friday. It's not a new stream game. We played Cult of the Lamb back in the day, and basically every time we get a cultist, we would have there's like Twitch chat interaction, and people would vote for stuff, but then we'd also try to get we'd name people after the people in chat, which was always interesting because then people would do really strange stuff, and I'd be saying their names, and then they die. Everybody dies eventually, and then we bring them back from the dead, and yeah. So it's time to return to bring back the hashtag. Hashtag God bless you. Hashtag God bless you. I can't remember all the other things I used to say. We used to have a lot. There were a lot of things. Maybe they'll come back to me as we start playing it again. Maybe we get Dev Insights back. I mean, there was no schedule posted today, but it is holiday, isn't it? For everyone? Is it a holiday up there? It's a holiday here. I don't know if it's a holiday in the United States. So I don't know. But yeah, Cult of the Lamb. We played that way back in the day. Also, we dropped back in for some of the DLCs and stuff, but yeah. Fat Boy Lamb, I have to praise you like I should. Ugh. That works. Looking Rider kept dying of old age. Most people would die of old age. Most people were dying of old age, but we had a resurrection process, and I would try to bring people back as often as I could. Some people would die because I'd send them on an adventure, and they'd die during the adventure. Yeah, everybody likes to. The people get this little giggly face and like, I'm sorry, cult leader. I really want to feed so and so poop. I want to feed them poop, and you're like, what? You're a freak. Okay, here you go. Here's the meal. I made you a meal out of poop. Here, if you go see if they'll eat it. I was an enabler. I was an enabler as a cult leader. But aren't they all? Aren't all cult leaders enablers? Was it always the same cultist being the victim? I don't remember that part. I don't remember that part. But yeah, it's supposed to be a lot of content in Woolhaven. It should be fun. I gotta get back on my action RPG. I have to get my game on because I am out of practice. So survive the winter. With the introduction of Woolhaven, a chill was spread across the lands of the Old Faith. The god of winter, Ingya, will ask you to find the souls of lambs past, scattered across the mountain, and return them to Woolhaven. However, with each soul return, Ingya grows stronger, posing new challenges to your cult. Keep your cult fed and warm, lest your followers start to freeze. Oh, great. Special meals, decor, and clothing will help. You can let your followers enjoy a cozy little hot tub party. Oh my god, it's going to be a hot tub stream. Do we have to change it to hot tub? Build snow lambs, like snowmen. Throw snowballs and enjoy the festive season with your followers. You have new traits, quests, and quirks to keep you entertained. Expand your base. There'll be ample room for all the new structures and decor, like the exorcism altar. Nice. Allowing you to reroll follower traits, or the work tent, allowing you to assign even more jobs to your faithful followers. Yeah, everybody's got to work. This is a commune. Everybody's got to put some effort in. As you play, you'll be able to revive Woolhaven to its former glory by returning lost souls, clearing rubble, and even rebuilding shops. Unlock ranching, where you can ride, pet, tame, and even harvest your adorable ranching animals. Oh my god. Find and reforge legendary weapons. That's like, legendaries reforging? Oh no. You take psychic damage. Interact with the former residents of Woolhaven. Explore and conquer new dungeons. You Fall and the Rot. Okay. Oh, and of course they're going to drop brand new merch. Of course they're going to drop new merch. Of course. All right. Yeah. That's a lot. They're adding a lot. If I'm using Eliwick over Kazran when not pushing, which fallback gets Uggy? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Look at just kind of look at what the bonuses they get if they have Uggy and see which one you like. Maybe Anson, because he gets a really weird survivability bonus, but maybe Anson. Surely a proper cult leader requests cultists turn over their possessions first thing every morning. I mean, they don't have any. Yeah, they don't have any. Oh, that's right. If you're just racing along and like if you're just pushing through areas, you want it on Lark. Because that activates Lark's speed effect. That's right. Yeah. So what are we going to earn from this for EO8, 5 EO8 influence, and 22,000 symbols of Vajra? So we'll be able to get... Should be able to get our time gate piece, our Modron chest, and 3 patron chests? I think. Should be. Wait, we already got... Oh, I have 20. Oh, we just got that from challenges. Okay, yeah, well, definitely. Because remember, we're also, by doing these variants, we're also fulfilling some challenge requirements without even trying, which is nice. I should probably start putting background parties in, doing stuff again, but I just kind of stopped. Once we got a fully automated front party, I'm like, I just want this. I just want to live here. I live here now. All the familiars live here now. Xbox update? I don't know. I don't have an Xbox. So it looks like Mondays from now on will basically be, hey, we've got to do 4 patron variants. And if we haven't prepped variants, we'll have to do the base variant first, and then the 4. But at this point, that's what's going to help us get, chase full epic on our event champions. Slowly and steadily. Hey, we got a feat. Yeah, that's fine. I'll take a Carlock feed. Slowly, steadily, chasing full epic while farming gems, which feels like developing our speed team and then using the item levels from that once they're set up to To develop everybody else seems like the good thing to chase right about now. Right here, right now. But who knows? We may decide that patron chests are more important. This is solid mid-game stuff, and we, usually the new player reference stuff stops once you get into the mid-game. But this will be good for helping people figure out what to do after they get to the mid-game. Oh, I haven't played Slowly Sliding Ducks yet. I forgot, folks. Slowly Sliding Ducks playtest has started. Slowly Sliding Ducks playtest has started. If you... hold on, let me see if I can I get... Yeah, here. Go to Slowly Sliding Ducks page. Sign up for the playtest. I do want to do that at some point this week. Stay afloat and navigate challenging water park rides against up to 16 online players. Spray water slides, score, and aim to become the pool's most distinguished duck. I'm definitely doing that this week. I did sign up and I did download it. I just didn't play it yet because I wanted my first experience to be on stream. Although it says this playtest is not currently active. Wait, what? When is it? What do you mean it's not currently active? I just said that. It was just over the weekend? Oh, I'm so upset. I'm so upset. I did not read that. Wait, the second play? When was the first playtest? Back in December? How did I miss that? I'm upset. I would have played over the weekend. February 23rd. Never mind. February 23rd. For a full week. So the week of February 23rd. I'm putting it on my calendar. Hold on. Opening the calendar because I'm not missing it this time. I'm upset. Okay, February 23rd, the whole week. Okay. I'm marking that one in red. I want that one to be highly visible. Okay. The week of February 23rd is going to be a Slowly Sliding Ducks week. Yes, the playtest was only the 16th and the 17th. Oh, no. Cosmetic is available for players who log in during this time period. God dang it, I missed cosmetics. I'm already upset. I'm already upset. All right. Well, prep yourself for February, folks. Make sure you're signed up. On second thoughts, I didn't remind you. You saw nothing. Idle Champs, except on CNA's channel for that week. I mean, if Idle Champs is on, it may go up in the picture-in-picture. We'll have to do it a little bit on the Monday and Wednesday, and then if I'm still streaming by then. If I don't have a full-time job somewhere. Which I really need a full-time job somewhere else, but but it is what it is. We'll figure out a way. Even if I'm working full-time, there will be Slowly Sliding Duck streams. Okay, we do not have the damage. We gotta go to 850 and we don't have the damage. So we need to switch some of these up because like Human is not helping. So we're gonna bring in Duke Raven Guard. For the crits, we're gonna get rid of BBG, because Cass is way too smart for him. Maybe we bring him in Thara? Sure. Sure. Do we have neutral champs in the formation? Oh, a lot of evil. There's a neutral. Yeah, okay. We need to defeat her out. Okay, also over here, Carlock goes into support mode. And let's see how this does. Better. I like it. Yeah, I would have to figure out a different streaming schedule, right? If I got a full-time job. It would be entirely based on, you know, what my hours are at work. So who knows? Who knows what that would look like? Potentially long streaming days on the days off. Who knows? So apparently for it's going back to Dune, apparently server transfers are coming before chapter 3 drops. And then server merges are coming after chapter 3 drops. So they're going to do server transfers first, let people kind of choose to go to places. Then they'll look at, and then they'll drop chapter 3 and see where, you know, does it bring in new players? Where do they go? And then they'll look at like the underpopulated servers and be like, well, okay, everybody's getting dumped off these and you got to pick one of these other places. The bot for censoring here is a very dirty mind, probably. It's not even my bot. If you're getting censored and I'm not seeing it, it's coming straight from Twitch. Because if it's not even hitting the chat for me, then that's a Twitch. That's a Twitch thing. Because when it's my bot, it comes up and shows me and allows me to choose, do I want to allow or deny it? But the Twitch one doesn't at all. Mordred says, I play Auto Champions on the computer. I want to be able to play on the same account on my tablet as my Steam account. How do I link them? You can't. That's not how the game works. I think there might be a way to use Steam something, like the Steam app, to try to play your account. Maybe. I don't know. Somebody could try to help you there. I don't really know how that works. There you go. Little Jamie says, play through Steam Link. It means having your PC on still, though. And you need really good internet for it. There you go. But yeah, the game isn't cross-play compatible across. Like, you can't have it on multiple different types of devices and play the same account. It just doesn't. That they had done that on a past game, and when they were deciding for this game, they were like, it's not worth our time with a single-player game to try to do that. The time and effort that it takes to make that work, they weren't interested in. It's usually more worth it for multiplayer games. than single player games. For the developers' time and effort, at least. So yeah. But the game plays way better on PC. That's not even me. That's not even me being biased. That's just it straight up plays way better on PCs, as long as you have a PC that meets the system requirement. But you get into there's all kinds of issues with, you have to have different contracts with platforms. And then you've got to make sure that all the platforms have the game updated to the same update versions at all times, because otherwise that would create huge issues. And yeah, that's a lot more than they wanted to do with this game. Although apparently, without a hitch, the next game that's in playtesting right now, apparently Epic and they've got Epic and Steam crossplay compatibility at the very least. So, but I don't know what all that game, what it's going to have for monetization and stuff. Yeah, Garth said that because of me. Yes, I do. As long as you have a PC that meets the system requirements, yes. It's for Lurking Rider. Okay, we did all of those. Now we're going to deactivate, and we're going to go back to Sword Coast. And we're going to do Mad Wizard. And we're going to activate Gem Farm. Wrong button. Where's my... No, where's... Oh, because that's start. I need Gem Farm. There it is. All right. So, we're going to come over here. We got Zerial stuff. Let's go to the shop. There's her Modron component chests. And then there's 3 Zerial chests. Hey. So there's our weekly patron push. That's it. That's all I'm doing. Oh my. That's a good one. That's a good one. We got 2 good epics there. Take them. I'll take them. All right. What do we get? Can we beat the pity timer? We're so far down the pity timer. Can we beat the pity timer? Nope. No epics. Oh, progress. It's progress. It's not a patron farm. This is just a regular free play. 36,000. But we're only going to see, what, 20 minutes of numbers? So yeah, I mean, right. We'll see what 20 minutes of Gem Farm does without any, well, we've got the legendary potion on. Little Jamie says, I've been playing on my laptop while doing D&D writing on my lunch break. My laptop is definitely not meeting system requirements. I call those potatoes. Lurking Rider plays on a potato. Oh, the epic counter here. $210. 11 time gate pieces. Oh no. Oh no. Do I need anyone? I mean, Anson for pushing here, and we got the Laura for speed. And we have Cathris for gold find. So in 2, we have Lae'zel for speed. Could go Whittle, but I think I'm sticking with Lae'zel. We're going to be a different kind of... Merylwyn for gold find would be the choice here. But potentially we could time gate Merylwyn. 3. Don't need anybody from 3. 4. No, I don't think so. 5. No. Maybe Calyx at some point. They're pushing. 6. Finn would help us with our patron challenges. Sheila's a scavenger in 7. Farida in 7 would give us the Brimstone Angels as a possible swap group. 8, not really. No. 9, Volo's the huge pusher in 9. But we're using King of Shadows. We're leaning on King of Shadows pretty heavily. Birdsong also fantastic pusher, but Volo actually beats her, unfortunately. And Astarion is an option. 11, Vlithrin would be a good pushing option. 12, again, we're using either Miria or Baldric. So. Yeah, it's difficult to time gates right now are a little difficult. Because again, it's going to up the patron stuff we have to chase, like, or the epics we have to chase. So you got to make sure it's like, for me on this run, I want to make sure it's worth it. Merylwyn would give us a little more gold time. I don't want Will. I'm not building an absolute adversaries. Like, I don't build a Will group. Absolute adversaries with like Karlach is who I build, and she doesn't work well with Will. Or she didn't last time I checked it. I have to test on my main account, but I'm not too worried about that. I would use Miria in a Karlach group. What I'm missing here, this isn't a great speed group because I need one more familiar to be leveling up click damage. So this isn't we're not going super fast. Oh no, I have the familiar. I didn't save it in. Oh god, I'm an idiot. I forgot we have it now because that's why we were doing Mad Wizard and not Wild Beyond the Witchlight. Ugh. RY. Forgot we didn't add that to the. Okay, so now we're better. This will go faster now. It'll go faster on the next run. The one run to 150 got us 500 gems. Sure, yeah. Sure. This run will go faster. The real question is, how long does it take? It's about 5 minutes. So that's... let's see. 6,000 gems an hour. It's not a lot, but not bad for not having to do anything. Right? That's if 500 may not be the average. We may have gotten a bad number. We don't know. It also has Hank in it. He had his number. He is. We need to switch those for Esmeralda. And we have We have Strongheart in scavenging. We have Bobby in scavenging, but everybody else should be speeding. Let's make sure. No, I don't have the speed feats in. Jeez. Why? Why? That one's in. This one is not. We got those two in at least. Good. Got those in. We don't have his thing. Let me save with the right feeds now. That'll go faster. Couple more days till this event is over. 8 days, 20 hours. It's right here. There's a timer right there. Ross says they can get around 35,000 per day while I'm at work for 9 hours. Missing some of those characters running. Okay. Yeah, I mean, look, hey, you know, you get what you can get when you're, you know, when you're not able to play. About 4K an hour. Again, Bobby and Strongheart are just here scavenging. Esmeralda is going to help me help us get through the barricades and things faster. The segment of health things faster on Mad Wizard. Everybody else is, you know, has a speed effect of some kind. Well, except for Eliwick. Eliwick's here for gems. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4. I only have 5 speed champions out of 9. But the others are there for good reasons. Yeah, the Modron automation had an old save from when I originally made it. I had to update it. How do you auto set up that gem farm? How do you get it to restart at a certain part? That's Modron automation. You'll get there, but you have to get these Modron cores. And you get a Modron core by you get your first one by getting 2 champions in every bench seat. So as you're collecting champions in the game from events and things, choices can be made to get you 2 in every bench seat, and then you get another one at 3 in every bench seat, and then another one at 4 at every bench seat. But the second one at 3 in every bench seat is what's called the fast core. It's got some speed effects on it, like this one, which is enemy spawn speed. Next one is game speed. Third one is quest drops. But until you get automation in one of these cores, you can't do this kind of auto cycle thing. It's just part of your overall progress. You'll get there. I don't like the last set on my character feats. You have to over level. You have to switch this off the double up arrows to like X100 and level them over. So usually it takes a deep run, like a deep favor run, so you're getting over, and then you want to be in a regular adventure or free play so that you can access everybody, and then, you know, if you have enough gold, you can just over level everyone on the same run. You only have to do it once, and then it'll always be available. Yeah, deeper runs. Yeah, so far we're averaging around 500, but I think we're gonna tick up a little bit. Now that we've got all the proper speed feats in and the familiar on click damage. Looking at my click damage down here, I actually want to go further. Further. Take it to 300. See if we can get to 300. Remember, the reset takes time as well, so we may as well. Oh, and we got 4 gem cards on Eliwick. We'll see if we can earn enough gold. We're at 2. This is level 255, so we could insta-click through 255 levels. But as we get more gold, this will tick up. We should be able to hit 300. Apple said, did Split the Party 3 yesterday. Had a nice offer to get Briv on my remaining seat. Nice. Yeah. I don't worry about Split the Party 3 as much, but we did it. I mean, we've got our... Yeah, we're now at 4 champions minimum in every seat, which, you know... 2 is Split the Party 1, 3 is Split the Party 3, 2 and 3 is... Or 4 is Split the Party 3. It's basically 3. 1 extra, 2 extra, 3 extra. There's nothing after that, so... this point, no reason to chase more champions. For me on this account, normally I would say, hey, gotta catch them all. First favorite set of Legos up to 5, nice. E10 butt increase. Hey. Take whatever you can get. Another E10 and I clear Anson's tier 4. Nice. Where's my importance would be fast, modest, magic. Lawful? Is that what you mean by loyal? There's a lot of cores. There's a lot more cores than that. But by usage, fast is like the first one you should be leveling up. Once you get it, it should become your priority to level. And you should be using it through most things just because it's got a good amount of damage. It's not amazing damage, but it's a good amount of damage. Almost as much as the modest. And you get speed effects, so why wouldn't you want to just try to complete things from there? Yeah, it's lawful. From Nordum's one was lawful. But it's having the fast core leveled up first. Usually you're leveling up your modest core second. You might be leveling up all of the ones that you have just because as you level them you get Modron component chests, right? But eventually there's cores that cost 500,000 gems. So after you get your gem farms going, and you're gaining like 500,000 gems in a week, you could pick these up. Strong core is you would choose based off your DPS. So dexterous, unaffiliated, or strong. I don't know what Kozrin's DPS best core. I don't know what Kozrin's best core would be. Hopefully it's not magic, because magic has no survivability in it. It's magic. No, not on my account. It isn't then. Isn't Mad Wizard Gem Farm supposed to run item levels 30 to 80? Yes. So technically this should be 280. I haven't done this in a while. We'll see if we can get it up to 330. We're up 299 right now for the click damage level. The lawful core is lawful. Unlocking it is lawful. I think we can set this to 330 and I think we can make it. I hate that these aren't leveling to upgrades. It's pissing me off. I don't have Crux yet, so I can't put Crux into the fallbacks. Also, Crux then, well, we'll see. We'll see once I get Crux. Almost at 38,000 gems, so yeah, not bad. I said about 2,000 every 5 minutes, but we're ticking up higher now. Or 500 every 5 minutes, excuse me. We're going faster than that now. Yeah, I just run Carlock with the fallbacks. Crux has better health share, I think is why they like to do that. Yep. Click damage just cleared 330, so this is good. So we're at a 330 reset for our Mad Wizard Gem Farm. At the moment, based off favor, I don't think we'd get enough to get to 380. Their favor here, E46. That's fine. So how long does a run last? We're at about a little over 8 minutes. There it goes. 8 minutes, 18 seconds. 38,291. So 22, we'll just say 2,300 gems. That's 6,900 an hour, folks. 6,900 an hour. Roughly. I think it's going to be a little more because that's factoring in the first one where we had the bad feats and no click damage. But I'll take 6,900 gems an hour for an account that just isn't really that developed yet. That'll work. That'll do, the pig. That'll do. So we're gonna close this for today. Tomorrow's just gem farming and guide updating, most likely, because that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna gem farm. We're gonna build up, because basically we're gonna be converting gems, all these gems, into ultimately blacksmithing contracts. We want to get more blacksmithing contracts. We'll take the bounty contracts too. That's gonna help us upgrade. Like our first target is Eliwick. Start boosting item levels to get more gems, to get more item levels, to get more gems, to get more item levels. Makes sense, right? But yeah, that's what we want. That's the loop we want until we get each of those champions kind of capped on either their speed ability or the gem bonus, and then we'll have a fully set gem farm that we can then take all of the tons of blacksmithing contracts rolling in and level up our pushing champions, or chase Briv gem farming. I don't know which. Maybe both. I think at that point you upgrade your pushing champions and then you chase the Briv gem farm. But it depends. Because if you go Briv gem farm first, if your pushing is fine, then you go Briv gem farm first, because then you just get even more gems. Right? That's gonna be it. All right, folks, let me turn this off. Because I don't want it running AFK. We do all this stuff on stream. Thanks for hanging out. I will see you all tomorrow. Bye, everybody.